Okay, let's do it. Am I streaming? Is someone watching me right now?
Yeah.
Hi guys, it's Lindsay. Okay, here we go. I have never played this game before. I hope that was a skill shot. Oh, it sure was, and I had no idea that it was going that way. Oopsies. Very interesting. Ooh, that's gonna really mess with me. Hey! Wow. This is way different than a lot of games I play. This is a select scene to begin. Sure. Shoot lit drops to light caves. Shoot lit.
I'll see if I can find someone to help.
Ah, no! Okay.
Not bad.
I have never played this game. No, like,
It's not at decades.
no. Never seen it before. Of course, I don't get out one.
Super secret skill shot. Spell King Kong to battle T-Rex.
The fourth volume. Okay, I'll be part of it. Okay. I'm coming through it all at this point. It's gonna take a couple seconds, but... Ooh. Could be all the way up. Right? Where's it at? Stop. Testing. Testing. 1, 2, 3. Oh, you know what? I'm just gonna... Okay. Oh, okay. I had only part of it plugged in, because I was troubleshooting earlier. Any better yet? Anything? What's that? I think it should be loud. It's max volume on the headset, and it's max volume on the thing. Should I...
Hi. I don't think it's true.
That's 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, those Okay. Still be quiet. Looks like a few things good.
definitely is the headset. But why is it so quiet relative to the street? Is the source volume really loud? You're getting a lot of that. Hello? I don't think it is. I'm just gonna watch this game and see. Okay, you're hello. That is? Okay.
Hey! Alright, I think we finally got this commentary thing figured out. Wonderful. And you guys in chat can let me know if this is not quite up to volume where it should be. But we've got King Kong, this is GAL-O-WEEN, Sid dressed as the escaped prisoner. I went with her as the intends to be incarcerated prisoner. Sometimes you just don't like paying taxes. Since you got to save Ann here, not too unproductive of a ball. Go to team manager, get this pulled up. You had none of it left. There was like a tiny sliver, and I ate it.
You ate my donut?
I ate like,
I was coming back for it.
it was like the fingernail of a
I was
donut.
coming back for it.
Okay. So let's watch Jeff play here. So he's got the Island Mystery going to spot and biplane shot. And Kong is one of those turn games that's really a lot about flow, so you can make a lot of shots that don't necessarily do a lot for you, but it's nice to make those shots. I think it's a very big thing with this game. Let's shoot over a little bit here. Root on this side. Okay. A player 4 in this group is Shannon Bassett, dressed as a hippie. I love it. Super cool. Playing a hippie band myself, Lucid Evolution, so I see this a lot at our shows. Alright, mode's lit, so we're gonna look to shoot the gong here, get into some mode scoring. But that's a good miss. If you go up the spinner, you get a little bit more chance to shoot around, and I think that's working out for it. Just making some shots. I think this is the comfort you want to see, right? You get into the groove of this game, and a lot can happen. A lot will happen, actually. Good catch. A little bit later, gets the orbit instead. These are all good misses, though. Just make sure to keep it alive. Alright, we got the gong. What's the mode of choice? Okay, cross the chasm. So, you got a mode where the main basis of scoring is hitting the cliff ramp up in the upper left area. But you really would like to be able to hit that U-turn loop that gets you back into that mini flipper area. Oh no. Fastball down the inline. Alright, well, got into the mode. Made some good shots. I think if you can find that flow on ball face, you could certainly enter a biplane. And flow-wise, he's already doing pretty okay with 30 million. Lindsay signing in. Insider connected folks, always welcome to be used. I'll go ahead and drop the Matchplay link.
That's bad.
Anyone who's interested in chat.
This is real bad end.
Oh, send that. There we go. Cool. So if you guys want to see what's happening right now, we did just start. This is one of our round 1 matches. I'm not sure of the format exactly. I'm not totally positive how many matches we're gonna do today. But we'll get into that, I guess. Alright. So, Sid here has locked at the center ramp. Definitely would be a power move here to get the multi-ball going. So I think that should be her focus, but she can take this mode too, kind of set that up. If she can get the multi-ball in the mode, it'll be helpful because her timers are going to stop completely, and she can get some points with the mode, she can get some super jackpots, and everything sort of blends, but she also has the pit whip, so she could buck into that here too. Both of these are good, but I don't like all these shots at the pit because there's a lot of risk here. There's lots too, right up the middle. Song for safety, alright, let's see what we got. Okay. Sort of in between, bouncing around, this is dangerous. Oh no. Unfortunate exit for Sid there, because she had a lot of ways to capitalize on that. Either one more hit to the pit, or a couple shots to start multi-ball. But 43 million is currently at least going to take second place on this game. Alright. Jeff got a few points there, skill shot and some other shots, so guaranteed not last in this group. But unfortunately, no ball save there. That is going to put her in third place. Alright. So Shannon as player 4 here needs 13 million to start today off with a win. Got a super skill shot. And he also has multi-ball on the precipice. With one more shot up the middle, we'll lock the third ball on the pro. Nasty outline there. So I think Sid is going to take the win on that game. In spite of not getting either multi-ball that was set up. Congratulations.
I'm a win.
You got second.
Sid also brought some rainbow fishes, as you can see. Shout out to you, Trap.
I'm so mad at you, but
Just to give you guys an update, right in front of me is World Cup Soccer. I'm seeing Cat Dodge put up a very good 660 million, but on wall 3, comebacks can be made.
oh, they're playing Beatles here.
Awesome. Alright.
Okay, I think now's a good time to audio from this because if you tap it, I don't know.
Hey Aaron, we're going to go ahead and do some mic checks here, make sure that the stream mic can in fact work the way we want it to. Check, check. I'm going to do one more check. I've got the mute button engaged on the headphones now, which I think usually mutes it, but we'll see how this goes.
mute button just isn't muting?
Muted on here with it, but that mute button is not working.
Very strange.
Looks loud. Is that good? Hello, hello. It looks transient on here. I'm guessing that's gonna weigh in well. I don't know what changed. Alright, we're gonna turn that down for you guys. But we figured it out. So now we have a, yeah, typically yellow's bad. Alright. Awesome, that's it, right? We got it figured. Alright, I'm gonna bring another chair back here. Mute button. Right, because I put it down. Okay, all good. You want to swap? Uh oh. Careful here. Yeah. Okay, cool. Alright, so we got a strong top group here. Good reason to keep it on King Kong. Not just because this game is one of the longer players we have, but also because the quality of players we have here is great. We've got 3 very familiar faces for our Bells and Chimes tournaments, Laura, Tegwin, and Kat Dodge, with Allie, who I believe is from Fredericksburg, and she's a great player as well. I can definitely speak on experience from that. Alright, so Kat stepping up. Haven't seen exactly too much of what's been going on, but the scores are still at kind of a lower spot, so I don't think anyone's really gotten into a whole lot yet, so probably a lot of multi-balls on the table. See if we get some pits, some King Kongs. Interested to know. So these blue arrows are what we're going to look for. She's already got enough to light the scene. I was watching some of this on Expo just yesterday, some high-level games. Some of the rules will be a little bit different. I think it's easier to get scene arrows to light a King Kong mode or a Gong event, whatever it might be called, and I think it's easier to get into the multi-ball as well, but it still can be a task to focus on those drop targets, because you're either going to spend some of your button that you have available to lower the spot here, and she picks Escape the Swamp, which is not one I see as the first mode selected too often, but what we do here is similar to Save and, sort of. We chase blue shots, and this builds up a value that can be collected over at the right orbit, and you can get extra points for comboing the right orbit into the side ramp. And so because she got the sneak in there, she gets a little bit of a ball save because the game knows the plunge is very dangerous. Right, so that's the right orbit, but doesn't get a side shot. Hurry up, that's okay. A few more of those and we'll beat the mode. One of the cool things they added with this recent code is utilizing Island Lock in a kind of unique way. I used to use it just to get pit multi-ball with it as a stack because it's a little bit safer. But what happens now is you make enough shots in a mode, I think it is, or do some stuff, you can get an Island Jackpot. And I believe if you still have your multi-ball going after you beat a mode, you get a victory multi-ball that goes with it. So Island Locks can be very useful now. I'm seeing a lot of big point totals that come from utilizing that. Waiting on Laura. She is organizing, so she may be busy doing stuff. Okay, there she is. And Laura has her lock lit, so she spent enough time on the drop targets. She will be able to lock all 3 balls without relighting for the first go. I've thought about doing like, what if we did like an interview series, you know, just to make this more interesting and engaging. Like, we did this at Belmont for Smash a while back. It was like, we had this guy on commentary who doesn't know anything about the game. So instead of like, you know, commenting on it, what's happening, he would just ask people like questions about Smash, and then he had like this one random thing every tournament he would do, where it's like, draw a puppy, and then the best drawing wins, or, you know, guess the amount of jelly beans in the jar. We could do something like that. I think it would just be cool to get people's like kind of opinions and hear their voices on, you know, pinball as a whole, the scene that we have here in Richmond. Just you know, keep up with the idea that what we do here is really cool and get a lot of different perspectives on that. So Laura starts her multi-ball naked here, which some people don't like to do, but if you focus on it and you get what you want, it's still a pretty good way to go because you're not letting a mode distract you from what you ultimately need to do, which is completing the drop targets to light your jackpot at either the Cliffs ramp or the right orbit, and then we're cashing super jackpots for a limited time at the side ramp. Rinse and repeat. The other feature, besides the add ball at the gong, is what we have at that center ramp as it's blinking. That is going to be a doubler. She might be out of it here. Okay. Unfortunate go of it because nothing stacked, and it is a lot harder to get into the second multi-ball, but Pit is still being developed. I think she'd really like to get a mode here first, but that's kind of a scary spot. She has Pit lit, and a random bounce could start it without a mode, so you want to watch out for that here. Alright, here's a gong shot. Boom. Good. I think, I don't know what mode you take. You got options, but what you definitely want to do is go for those targets now. Because, you can get some stuff with King Kong multi-ball on its own. I think Pit is usually a lot less of a guarantee. But we'll see if that's the direction. I think that's probably what Laura's going to go for, if I had to guess. Maybe she's just going to go for shots because she's got that double scoring. Get as much chasm crossing as possible. And it's not really a mode you want with a multi-ball either, so I think she's probably just going to try and play this out. Not able to find that right spinner. Our doubler's gone, but we can still make some good progress here, because if you loop this enough, you're going to get paid. I had a game a while back where I was looping it with double scoring, and I think the value was starting to get to like 6x, so it was like 36 million a shot or something. Maybe 40. you know. It's good because this mode is really fun, so it's nice that if you're able to get that sort of loop across the playfield, it can be very valuable too. Sort of reminiscent of the game Black Belt. If any of you guys have played it in chat, I would guess that most of you haven't, because why would you have played Black Belt before? It's kind of a dumb game, but you can loop the ramps in the upper side of the game, and it's a really cool feature for its time. Would have loved to see more games do it, but it's kind of, you know, it's hard to have that and then also have a game with that, I guess. Alright, Tegwin bounces into the pit, gets, that's a two-legged lizard. Okay, I wasn't sure. I don't know what the differences are, but you usually follow the arrows and something's telling you. It looks like this one, you're going for pit hits. So, already not my favorite off the bat, because you'd rather just be ripping shots or getting switches. To have to hit the pit here, you know, especially now that ball saves out, you got to hit that 3 times is not a favorable draw. So I think we're just going to ignore that and move on. Oh, survive that. Oh no. Hit targets overall kind of made that ball hard for Tegwin. It started the multi-ball before I think she really wanted to get into it. Couldn't find them during the multi-ball, unfortunately, and then there, as you see, the magnet just gets so dangerous that it can just be really tough. I've had some good games on Kong, and I know a good bit about it, and I think when I play, I try to think about the pit as little as possible, because you would be surprised at how dangerous that little well can be. So save and's a good choice. Blue shots and then cash out at the Gong. And of course, the risk reward is you shoot more blue shots, you get more value. Unfortunately, a rough bounce off of the center post on those drop targets, and that'll be it for Allie's ball. And so to give you guys to give you guys in chat, watching at home, an idea of what's happening here, this is our Halloween tournament, coming maybe a couple weeks early, but everybody's in costume. We've got spooky skeletons, ghouls, paper lantern lighting. I guess that's kind of normal, but we've got the vibes here set up very well. And to those of you who couldn't make it, my condolences, because it's a fun time. Food, snacks, and some of the best ladies pinball that Virginia has to offer. Alright, and similar to what we saw with Tegwin, the slings kind of just powered right into the pit. Start a multi-ball here. So we'll see what we can do. It's the same one as before, so we just want to get some pit hits, and then I think our shots are going to open up a little bit more. There's one. Catherine's going for it. That counted, that's 2. Okay. So one more, see if the slings can cook one up. Not quite. Alright. Hey! I always forget too. The pit multi-balls will give you an add-a-ball for mystery. And with 2x scoring, cashing out some shots here, this is not nothing. Got 10 million on that jackpot. Still 2 balls left in play. Still a lot that can be done here. Sort of keep with it, but that is gonna exit the multi-ball. She got the secret shot just now, I think, right? Where she used the right flipper and it bounced into the cliffs ramp.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's still a thing where you get extra points for that, but it's always cool to see just some really wacky ideas on this game. And I think that's a good staple of any L-Win game is you've got some shots that aren't intentional, but he kind of knew in design that they could happen with any luck. The side flipper, I think in every single one of his games, is capable of making a shot you wouldn't think it is. Right, in this game, it's like, you could get the side flipper up the center ramp. It's probably a tall task, but you could do it. Iron Maiden, of course, you can shoot the captive ball in the left orbit. Jaws, you can shoot the spinner. Avengers is kind of that one's a little bit easier to do and sort of more favored by the game, but even in Jurassic Park, I think I just saw somebody go up the T-Rex ramp with it. We're back to saving Ant. Some shots on the right, catch the gong. Kind of hard to tell how much that was worth. I don't think too much just yet, but we're adding some time, and that is big because that gives you a lot more time to build this up. And I think it's cumulative too, right? So she might have gotten 3 million there, but every single time that gong gets built, it's continuing that value. So right now it's at 5 million. A few more shots are probably gonna continue to boost it piece by piece. I think we're seeing a lot of those, just weird bounces around the drop targets, and then it comes down sort of towards the center of the flippers, but she turned that pretty well. We got a great pit multi-ball, some good output out of that, made some shots for save and 124 million is currently the score to catch. Being a player 4 kind of helps you ease up a bit because you might not even need to play ball 3, but you'll get to see what everybody else does before you, so you know exactly what you have to catch. And Laura just got the shot too. So, there it is, yeah. Yeah, you just gotta wait the 20 seconds for all the other title cards to come up here. Nah, we need to figure that out. Get a 2 mic setup here. I don't like the headsets either. I think the headsets would be good if we had a monitor, but what we need is, like, you know, microphones. I have a podcast mic I bought a while ago that I don't use. Maybe I could just donate that. Then you need something else that's sort of the same. So I think Laura is the last person. Laura did not get her pit multi-ball, unfortunately. Exits Stego early through the left out lane. Sid wants you guys to know that she got second on Game of Thrones. All right, so that puts her at 71 million. Good solid score. It gives Tegwin and Ali both a good bit that they have to do to catch up. Oh, that's coming back, right? Oh, that's spending way too much time near the drain. I'm worried. Okay, all right. Those are the worst, when you kind of lose the ball with ball save going, but it doesn't go into the drain for another 5 seconds. I've lost some crucial balls that way. And I can't say that I didn't deserve it in some sense, but... Uh-oh. Oh, yeah. Rainbow from the right sling. I saw that. Ah. Unfortunate way to go there. So Ali, I think she might actually be the only person that's had the multi-ball setup in the middle. No, that's not true. Laura had multi-ball, but she just didn't get a whole lot out of it. But I think that would definitely be the thing to focus on here, because you can get a mode, and that's nice, but if you can get a multi-ball and a mode, you would really be setting up well to make this comeback. Alright, lock 1. Sort of going for it from the left flipper, but right flipper might be a little bit better at hitting that ramp. On the fly is tough. We'll see if she can hit it here. Sink this shot up the middle. She's still going for left orbit, sort of getting that side flow. And I don't hate that either, but just have to be careful because we've seen deaths in kind of the most unexpected spots on this game so far. So where will you be when diarrhea strikes? 2 more locks to go, let's see. Still getting some shots, getting some of these drop targets. I think she just missed her chance to qualify for the treasure there. And that would have gotten her super spinners, which could be pretty useful. I do like those. I think it's a nice thing to have in the game. Pterodactyl, not a bad choice. I mean, she's already hitting that left to orbit really well. Glancing some drop targets along the way will set her up very nicely to play this mode on. But this would be even nicer is if she can hit this right orbit and get multi-ball going. Yeah, there we go. All right. I was saying earlier, mode and multi-ball is kind of the way that you want to play this here. Okay, hits the gong. One more of that will add a ball into play. She has her normal jackpot slit from clearing out the drops. So, want to find one of those red shots. Really get into the points here, but let's not forget, Pterodactyl attack is going on too. So if you can find that shot under the flipper, we're still going to be working with some mode points, and they can get to a pretty high value in this. Alright, there's one. And double scoring is running as well. No, it is not, actually. Incorrect. Oh, super jackpot's lit. Let's see how we want to set it up here. Uh-oh. I think that's going to be it for multi-ball, but we're getting some points. Those cave awards aren't nothing, and we got a little bit of support there. Draining with 2x, but we haven't seen the score on its own in a while. We'll see where she ends up. 55 million from that mode. I think that's probably going to put her in second, but let's see. 125. Did she get the win? Okay, no, that's right. She's not the last player to go. She did get the lead, but I think that's probably a plunge and go. Well, I don't want to say it just yet. I mean, that's not guaranteed. Oh no! Oh no! Okay, that might have been it. Just two more switches, please. All right, let's get this. 500,000. A few more shots. I think. Yeah. All right, we got that. I mean, I don't know where bonus is at either. A lot of it does build up over time, so that could have. But a great time for a Lazarus, needless to say. And congratulations to Catherine. She will walk off with the victory here, passing Allie after a crazy near-death experience. But good stuff to all players.
Going shadow.
Shadow. Not Jaws. Not Jaws. Open that thing again. Watch the lights, Cam.
I'm trying. Ah! Well, I can't watch him that much. Just gonna have to collide here. Ah.
Pick it up.
Let me help you. Yep. Okay. There we go. I'm gonna scoot the rig on you guys.
Oh my gosh, I just got off.
Excuse me for just a second.
So much though.
I'm so bad at this.
I just got off the rig. What are we doing?
Ah.
It's gonna follow me because no pressure. Well, yeah, here.
Alright, looks like we're playing some Shadow. Just got new ball lock. Here, let me change this match play. There we go. Looks like we're getting up to the battlefield. That's one of my favorite things to do on this game. So you're moving that little kicker to try and hit the targets to defeat Khan. Got a little ways through it. Looks like she's going back up there. Go, getting back up there. It's a little hard to see the screen. I think it says maybe 15 more hits to defeat Khan. Just a couple more, and then that back will open up, and then you shoot it through the back. That's going to be ball 2, I believe. She's going to light her third lock but not collect it, but that'll be available on her next ball. Looks like Cam's going to try and fix this rig a little bit so we can see the flippers. That's a little better. You can see a little more of the DMD too. We got Allie stepping up here. Gets her first Sanctum lock. It's not taking the balls back up there like it should. It keeps kind of sending them back down the middle. That gave her ball 2. Okay, so 2 balls locked. Just one more to go for that main multi-ball there. And I believe that's... It's kind of acting a little funky. It went up there, but it's not... Maybe it's got ball search it out. Yeah, hopefully it'll kick it out there. Oh, okay. So that's going to give her that third lock and start that multi-ball. The jackpot's that side loop. You can hit it with the upper flipper. So you can shoot it up through the sanctum where you locked it, and then it comes back down and feeds that jackpot shot there. Nice save. I think that's going to do it for that multi-ball. Looks like she's got Con multi-ball lid with a little scoop just under that inner loop there, if she can get it. Up on the battlefield now. Alright, needs about 16 more hits if she gets back up there. See, looks like she's trying to get it in that scoop to start Con multi-ball. Yeah, that lock is acting funky. It says it locked it, but usually the magnet would throw it into the back and keep it there. It looks like it's staying on the magnet.
Why isn't it just like... It's right there.
like she's gonna call a TD for that. It's not ball searching off the magnet. Okay, there it comes.
Thank you all, because that was like.
Yeah, that's definitely not acting right. All right, lights that second lock. That's gonna start one of our scenes. Ooh, gets a 25 million mystery. It's pretty nice. Oh, in the video mode. So here you're kind of dodging back and forth to avoid the furbas and collect points that show up as those red squares. All right, that's going to be ball 2. She's got her third lock lit. If she shoots it up that center again, she should start another one of those multi-balls. Tough center drain there, but she should have that set up for her ball 2. So a nice start for Allie. Right up comes Cat. Tough feed from up there. There's a lot of different strategies on this game. You can go Battlefield, that's some good points. Multi-ball, Vengeance, if you get all your the rings lit from your ramps, you can move those little diverters and get those. That's good points. And modes, there's a lot of different ways to get points, so it's not all kind of the same strategy here. Starting up ball 2, that should start a multi-ball. Right, again, that sort of side loop there with the red flashing light, that's going to be the jackpot for this multi-ball. All right, and we're out. But right back to light and locks. Okay, back up to the battlefield. I think she had completed it. She just has to get through the back for the 70 million. And there it goes. That's going to be a 70 million cash out. And then you can keep doing that at the battlefield. It just gets a little harder to start. You have to hit the target a couple more times every time you go up there. Right, locks the first ball, going back to that multi-ball. There's a hurry up happening on the outer loops. You can see it counting down on the DMB there. Seems like that ball is stuck up there again on that magnet. It's not hopefully it'll come down like it did for Allie, but it's yeah, usually that magnet would throw it up into the lock, and then you'd get another ball in the shooter lane.
It was on a hurry up and it was counting down, so I lost. Yeah, I definitely lost some points on that.
It gives it a little nudge, comes off that magnet there. I think it. Yeah, but that's unfortunate because usually, right, if you plunge it, you get the safe feed to your right flipper. Now it's kind of coming back down the middle, acting a little squirrely. So. All right, that's gonna. Looks like Allie has 2 locks towards that main multi-ball, just one more up there. Tough bounce there. Alright, that's gonna come back. Going up to the battlefield. Alright, she rocked about half of those targets, so she goes back up again. She'll be able to complete it. That's that same bounce we keep seeing off that top, the O in the Mongol targets, and then right down the middle. Kind of a little too far right to get it with the left flipper. So that's unfortunate bounce there. Alright, battlefield is open, so just one more shot up there. So we'll put the ball up on that little play field. There we go. Only a couple hits there, but she gets it back open, so have another opportunity. Thought about going in that in lane, but fortunately just popped out there. Just hit the end of ball save, so that's coming back. Katie's in the lead going into ball 3, but definitely wants to put some pressure, pad that lead as much as possible. Tough half ramp there down the middle. So that'll put her at about, let's see, looks like 216. So Allie's got about 100 million to go. But she's got her multi-ball lit up the middle, I believe. So just one more shot up there should start it, which is a good opportunity for points. Alright, Allie's going to start a mode. So all those red arrows are mode shots. Back up to the battlefield. I believe she only, yep, she has about 16 hits left. that 70 million cash out. Nice nudge there. All right, that should start that multi-ball. See if we can get a couple jackpots. Looks like she got 81 million in that mode. So, and those mode points are awarded in bonus, so it won't show up in her score now. But at the end of the ball, presuming she doesn't tilt, she will get those mode points. And again, that ball is just stuck on that magnet, refusing to start her multi-ball. It's hard in a situation like this. You get in the flow, and then all of a sudden you get a stuck ball, or it stops, or something, and you kind of can be a little hard to recover from that sometimes, especially if it's going to sort of dribble right down the middle. Hopefully, yep, at least comes to a flipper. Getting some good ramp action going. Oh, looks like. Okay, back up to the battlefield. Only a couple hits left, I believe. 6 to get that 70 million. There she goes. Oh, I guess 50. All right, starts that multi-ball. So Allie's in a good spot, just wants to keep putting on the points because she's got Kat and Drea coming behind her who could definitely get some stuff going. Oh, everybody out of the pool there. All right, but good ball from Allie, puts her in the lead. About, what's that, 380, almost 400, so Kat and Drea got some work to do to catch that. See if Shadow will give him a chance here. Almost gets it back in. I think ball saves run out on that. Unfortunately, not the ball she was looking for. Dre's up on the battlefield. Completing this will definitely put her ahead of Kat. Let's see. Going back up again. Only 2 more hits left up there. She's finding that shot though. She can just get right back up there. All right, that puts her ahead of Kat, so now she needs about 150 to get up to second. So we're gonna try and get that 70 million payday up here. Or increase her jackpot up to 90 if she can get it. Another tough bounce off that top of the sling. All right, and that is gonna do it. It looks like that was our last game going. So we will start another round in just a minute here. All right, new round is live. Let's see where we're gonna move this rig to.
We slid past you over here.
Y'all, Allison.
Excuse me.
Put up 14.
Excuse me.
We gotta move that stool out of
Yep.
the way. Sid's going up.
Thank you, Sid.
Thank you.
Chris Guy did one of our volunteers. We had just like gotten ours together, but it's still we just don't have someone who can reliably run it, but you guys are doing it all right.
At 14. How's the headset doing? Cool. Oh, yeah. That's alright. We can see pretty much everything that matters, and we'll use context clues to oh. The focus thing is a little bit bad, but... Okay. She's got 5 letters. If she goes right orbit, okay, she knows. This is already a good start then. Got your first couple locks immediately on that one. It's very good. So what do we do here? We spell Tomcat, and then we lock balls, and we try to get a big cash out on multi-ball. That's most of it. This is some easier rules on this game relative to other F-14s you might encounter. Some of the rules include that oftentimes if you hit that rocket shot, the red arrow like she just did, and if you drain immediately after, the game will often give you a ball save. The easy rules also show that despite the game being blurry, if you get only 5 letters of your Tomcat going, you can actually still lock a ball anyways, because hitting that lock shot spots a letter no matter what. I'm sorry, the viewers at home, it's kind of hard to watch right now. We'll try and see if we can... we'll get that in a better spot once Katie's done. Unfortunately, she's having a great ball 1. I mean, it's great. I'm happy for her, but we would like to move this. All right. Reagan! You gotta... Move it. Move the thing. The rig. A little bit more. More forward. Keep going. Keep going. You're good. Perfect. Perfect. There it is. All right. Cool. Yeah, it's hard to tell because the playfield camera we have isn't 100% on showing you exactly what viewers see. I don't know why it's losing focus. I personally would like to blame the lights, because I think it's the flasher's fault. Does this always happen? All right, I'm gonna go.
Focus on this is just really weird right now. I don't know why. It looks fine. Good play. It's just been extra. else that's very like lighty.
Sorry about that. Yeah, we were having some focus issues on F14. It seems like it's not happening anymore. It might have been I don't know, all the flashers on F14 is wigging it out a little bit. But I guess Cam's gonna play a game for us on Cosmic Gunfight here. Keep the people entertained. Oh, or we're moving it. I don't know. While we're doing that, we can take a look at the standings here. Looks like it's one of these games already done. I guess Kiss went pretty fast. Looks like we got so far Katie and Kat tied for first after Kiss, but we still got those games going on pretty much everything else. So you can see here, looks like we got top 12 will move on to the finals at the end. I believe we're doing a 12-round group match play, so this should be a pretty long qualifying and then a Papa-style finals. Well, if you don't know Cosmic Gunfight, my strategy, and I think a lot of people's strategy, is just that right orbit the whole time. I ignore virtually everything else on this game, because you can get big scores just hitting that, just like he is. Fortunately, we can't see his score, but every time you go up it advances. If you go through an in lane, it also will multiply your bonus, and then every time you complete those top lanes, you get good points as well, so, and advance your bonus. And we can see that's what Cam's going for. Ignore pretty much everything else. There is a multi-ball in this game, as you can see, when you complete the top lanes. The first time you light one lock, the second time you light your second lock. The locks are at that little scoop over on the left where he shot it there, and then up, if you can see that green flashing arrow up at the top, that's your second lock. It's pretty hard to shoot it up there. I've seen people who have strategies for it. For me, it just sometimes happens to go up in there. But I don't really worry too much about multi-ball. It usually ends very quickly for me and doesn't give me nearly as many points as just shooting that right orbit repeatedly. might be trying to go for that multi-ball up there. Some people kind of, yeah, try and get it off the tip of that right flipper or let it pop, bounce it up in there. It's really hard to get a clean shot at it. Looks like he has a bonus multiplier lit at that right orbit. You can see the white arrow flashing. That means he must have gone through an in lane.
Okay, cool. You could probably nudge it just a little bit forward when you get the chance. Just, the loop's a little bit out of sight, but it's pretty much centered. It's got Allie, Katie, Cat Dodge, and Drea. We're gonna move the rig just up a little bit to get the loop a little bit more visible. As perfect. Flippers aren't cut off, just a little bit up in that top loop. It's a tall game. It can be tough, but it's a very linear player. All you want to do is get your radical letters, and you get your multi-ball. Now that eye shot's pretty good too, because you'll get a million every time you hit that. If it's your first time hitting it on a ball, I think there's some other ways to bring it back in, but I'm not sure how. Nobody started off hitting the million, so whoever's first to do that is already going to be in a pretty good spot, but other than that, we're just going for shots. So the side ramps, they can be tricky. I think the I ramp especially, but the L spinner on the right is a pretty good consistent feed to get up there. The idea is going through the spinner on the left through the pop bumpers can do the same thing for the other flipper, but that one's certainly less consistent. You got the pops making the shot tighter, and sometimes it just doesn't go the way you think it will. Alright, here's a start for Drea. Good save down the middle. She gets her C off the drop targets. It's nice to get those early because they can be, of course, the most dangerous one. Alright, gets the A ramp, or I should say the A side ramp. We've got two A's. See if she can get the second one here. That would be more of a normal ramp. It's interesting though, it has to go all the way around even though it can fall off. And the switch for registering is actually the in lane, because the game processes that it goes up and then it has to complete, right? Pretty consistent though. A good shot should always go around. It's well designed with that. You can backhand it. It's very tough to do that. She's already got a better footing already, just with points being a little bit ahead. Most of her letters, if she gets one more, that'll be nice too, because even if she only gets that one, the next plunge that Drea has will lock a ball. But we're going to leave both D and I on the table. Still a pretty good start though. 900,000 right out of the gate. Okay, so looking at letters here, Allie already spotted the I, but she'd still probably want to hit that just for the chance at the million shot. Oh no, that was fast. There's no ball save either. That is just gone. Unfortunate exits. That guy Jet, thanks for popping in chat. Sonic Racing. That's cool, Flair. How'd you get that? Very cool. Alright. Here's Katie. Coming in to try and make some more shots. The ramp is giving some interesting rejections right now, but I think she really wants to get that R loop. The drop targets and the side ramp, of course, are also big things here. She gets her, I think, center target out of those drops. Set it up okay. Oh, I think she got the spot the letter too, and that's also going to be the million and the ball box. So very nice sequence of events for Katie. Now we just restart, try and do everything over again. Oh, good dig. That was almost dead, but great way to bring that one back. And we get some tail slider loops. I think it might be just random how many times the game lets you do that before it cuts you off, but 100,000 each isn't bad. It's a little bit more than your radical letters typically are worth. Good nudge. Great way to save it out of that, because if it's going in that out lane, in lane, it feels bad, so you got to keep it out of there as well as you can. Katie hits the secret loop, I like to call it, where you miss the I ramp, but you kind of go back around. Kind of reminds me of like Elwyn shots that you're not supposed to be able to make, sort of. This game may be simple, but I think this game's very cool. She uses her kickback here, a little bit early on that shot. See if she can get the eye here. Not quite, not quite. And a little bit too much. But was that 3 million she cashed in? 3 million's good. Definitely a lead right now. Even just having her last set of letters before multi-ball is a huge spot to be in. Oh no. Oh no, that was a nasty feed over. So Allie and Catherine both with pretty early exits on these two balls. Drea did not lock a ball, but she was pretty close with her resources. She'll get a spot here, so she really needs to hit that eye, and that's a tough task because, you know, your spinner, as I said before, oh no. That's right, weirdly enough, this is a game where you don't get your kickback immediately after a ball. You have to earn it, and I don't know what you do to earn it. There are still some rules I don't know about this game. I've played it a lot, but most of what happens with it is fairly intuitive. You just get your letters and get your stuff. There are some things I might not know here. I mean, how does kickback come back when you've already used it? Beyond me at the moment. Allie really needs to find some control. Kind of the wrong read. I guess in that spot it seemed like she was expecting that sling to fire, but got a trickier bounce instead. She'll unfortunately be taking a last place on this game. So Katie on ball 2 got most of her letters, got a ball lock, and then got most of these letters as well. So she just needs to hit that R loop once or twice. Multi-ball is very much so on its way. She might actually be trying to, I don't know. I think she could just get it, but oh, she's thinking about the million too. That's right. Yeah, get the million here for some extra damage. Oh, she almost got the spot letter. That would have been nice. Maybe here? Oh, nice combo. That was ripping. That's why this game's fun, is because once you get speed on it and you just combo these shots, it's really something. So she doesn't get her multi-ball, but she does take another million, which right now is a pretty big kicker. It's going to take a lot from player 3 and 4 here to catch up to that. Okay. Alright, Catherine's up again. Playing tighter defense here. Ball 3. Got, well, he got a ball stuck on those drop targets. To my understanding, they can be ball searched, so I don't think Catherine should take her eye off the game. Yep, there we go.
It went clear the other day. Never mind.
Gets a sneaky little R loop on accident there. And that's a strategy that I see some people do when they're in this position of being down, is you can shoot behind those targets, and I'm not sure exactly how it works, but there is a mystery award that you get there, the snake run. Again, I don't really know what triggers it, but I think she's going for that, trying to see if she can get a random million. But of course she wants that eye ramp as well, get a million from that. Not seeing her go for this left ramp though. Okay, there we go. Nails it. And now we just need that eye. Million would be nice. Put yourself in a comfortable spot for second place at the moment. Definitely be a good difference maker. Let's see. Get some tail sliders too. Nothing wrong with that. Spot letter. Okay, so we didn't get the million, but we did at least get to ball lock. So I think at the end of the day, we still want to hit that eye just for some extra damage and get a little bit closer to Katie's 5 million. But for here, at the very least, we could just take it put it on one of the side ramps. The R shot also blocks it, even though I guess the light's out for that. It should do it. Unfortunately, isn't able to cash out with that. Got some good bonus multiplier, so she'll be at 2 million. And that puts enough pressure on Drea to try and get second here. Enough pressure, but again, if we can hit that eye shot, that will do it all at once. And it's also nice, she kind of short plunged a little bit there, so it actually registered her tail slider, which is pretty useful. Get a free 100,000 and more chances for others. And that could honestly be the decider here. Doesn't get it because the letter was lit, but you're only down a few 100,000 at this point. If you could get some tail sliders, you could win the game off of them. But I think the eye's more flashy. Alright, there is still 5 million too. I think the fight for second is notable, but Drea's gonna play for the win here, as she should. Alright, gets a loop. Gotta be careful, there is no kickback on that left out land. And that was just a nasty rejection, but she will take second with bonus. So a fun game. One of the wackier games we have here at the Collective. Always nice to highlight it on stream if you guys have played Radical at home. Tell us how you feel about it. I think it's fun. Get a lot of really good shots. Good overall shooting. I think for the era of the game, the rules are fine. They don't have to be too deep, but it's also not the game I would care to play more than twice in a row. A little bit repetitive. Number 1 scorer, BBC. Yeah, he's coming back tonight, or today. Nice. Sid won Gorgar. Well, you're already pretty high in the standings, so let's see where that put you at. You are close to the top here. Probably going to get passed by Steph, but this top group, even still, you're above almost everybody. So, and let's see, just checking out the format here. We're playing 12 rounds today. That's a good big tournament. 12 rounds, and then we get a finals. No, they're done. Do they move? No, they wouldn't. They wouldn't dare.
one to be on stream. I was so close. I was doing so well. Okay, here we go. Ooh.
All right, as you can see, we have Andrea here in this awesome cat costume. She actually requested to be on stream to show it off, so we, of course, honored those wishes. So we're here to watch a little Game of Thrones. Looks like she's got her lock lit at the center ramp, so you light those locks with the targets, those green targets on the far right, and you have to individually light each lock. So you hit the targets, then lock the ball, hit the targets again, lock the ball, and that's for Blackwater multi-ball. See, I didn't see what house everybody's choosing, but that gives you certain features in the game. There's one where you get an add-a-ball, one with an outlane ball save, so you can choose different houses to if you have different objectives and things. Game of Thrones being Game of Thrones, this game can be pretty brutal. So. All right, looks like Shannon's going to choose Baratheon, so that's going to give you an outlane ball save on the action button. But you have to hit it before the ball hits the outlane switch, so it can be pretty difficult. But it also advances the wall multi-ball, making that multi-ball easier to start. So it can be a good choice. That might come back. Yep, yeah, a little grace period on that ball save there, thankfully. All right. And she lit her outlane ball save with those drop targets on the left. If you hit all three of those down, you get an outlane ball save on both outlanes. You can only use one of them. It looks like she started her mode. All right, Francine the cat returns. I know I would certainly have a hard time playing in that. I'm very impressed. All right, that's going to be ball 1 locked for Blackwater multi-ball. All right, lights her second lock with those targets on the right, so she'll lock that up the center ramp. There it is. It's going to be ball 2. So one more target center ramp will start Blackwater multi-ball. My strategy, and a pretty common one, is to light your multi-ball and stack it with as many modes as you can, kind of. Let's see. All right, she's going to start Lannister. So Lannister, you're hitting the stand-up targets. The yellow targets will light adjacent shots red. So you hit a stand-up, it'll light a shot. See, she hit that one, and then the 2 adjacent shots are now lit up red. So that's one I tend to like to stack with multi-ball because I usually don't want to shoot for stand-ups in single ball play. Right. Not too much done in that mode, but she did light her third lock, so she'll be able to start that on her third ball, hopefully. And that can be a pretty lucrative multi-ball, so lots of opportunity there. towards Isla. Looks like an unfortunate drain there. It was a little frozen on my end, so I didn't quite see what happened. Alright, that's gonna come back. That unfortunately will not come back. And that's one of those where technically you could use the action button for the ball save, but I mean, you'd have to see that come in, you know, in half a second between when it hit that target and when it hit the out lane. So it's really hard to time that. All right, let's see if she can get this multi-ball started. It's lit at the center ramp. Right, perfect, great shot. That's gonna start Blackwater multi-ball. Let's see. Okay, she chooses to do it without a mode. Just focus on those jackpots. So this multi-ball, all the shots are lit green, as you can see. So you need to hit everything, and then your super jackpot is at that battering ram, just to the right of the center ramp. And then you can keep cashing out supers for a limited time. So it can get pretty valuable. So looking to just hit everything once first. She's got the 2 leftmost shots done. Just needs the center ramp, the right ramp, and the right orbit. I'm not sure if she chose. Okay. We're out of multi-ball. It looks like maybe she didn't choose. There is, like I said, one house martel where you can get an out of ball. All right, but got some points there. Still in the lead. We'll see if that'll hold. The way this game is playing, I wouldn't be surprised. But I mean, if I was in a giant inflatable costume, I don't think I could start my Blackwater multi-ball. So props to Andrea for that. All right, Isla's coming up next. She's in second right now. Needs about 30 million to catch first. So looks like she has a lock lit. Not sure if it's her first or second, but she could go towards that. She could start a mode. There's a couple different avenues here to get some points. All right, here she comes. All right, gets that skill shot. That's just the top lane. If it's lit at the top, you can move it back and forth, and that's your skill shot. Pretty typical of games of this era. That's going to come back. So she has a mode and a lock lit at the center ramp, so that would be a good shot. Right, so Isla will end with about 28. So it looks like Shannon needs about 20 million for second, about 50 million for first. Very doable. Just got to get something going. But on this game, it can be very tough. I think, okay, just in the grace period, so that is going to come back. Give her another chance. Oof, that was a brutal bounce off that drop target. All right, so it looks like that is going to do it. Andrew's going to take a first. Isla will take second, and Shannon will take a third. And with a 3-player group, the scoring is 7-4-1, as opposed to 4-player groups, it's 7-5-3-1. So it's a little bit different. Let's check in with our other games. It looks like, right, only a couple have finished so far. We're still waiting on about 4 games. I don't know who's on Ox, but whoever is a big emo fan. Not sure if you can hear it, but we've got some MCR playing earlier. We got Evanescence going right now, so really jamming out today. I guess in the spooky spirit of GAL-O-WEEN. We can check in with the standings here. Let's see, looks like Stephanie's still in the lead. Jesse up there, Laura, Katie, Drea, Lindsay, Sid, Linda, Tagwin, Allie. All kinds of great players here today. It's a really good turnout. Let's see, looks like we're finishing up. This is round 6, so we should have 6 more rounds to go. We're about halfway through qualifying. So lots of opportunity for players to turn it around and make those finals. Like I said, top 12 is going to go on to a Papa Style finals, I believe. The top 4 will get a bye in the first round. So they'll jump in the second round of finals. So nice, long, fun day of pinball. Looks like Laura's going to come into the lead with a nice win on Pinbot there. Changing things up a little bit in the top standings. All right, still waiting on a couple more games. We'll check back in and see what we're going to watch next round. Looks like we're waiting on Gator and Foo Fighters. This can be, yeah, pretty long playing.
Star Wars.
Let's do it.
New game, let's get it on stream.
Good working experience here. You're hired. There's no pay. I'm player number 1. All right, let's go. I've never touched this game before. Me either. Get it. Let's get it. I have no idea what's going on, y'all. All right, well, let's sign into our little internet thing. All right, internet. Okay. I don't know what's going on here. Oh, it's fixed.
All right, let's get this match play up. We're watching brand new Star Wars. Just got it in. Figured it'd be fun to get a game on that.
Oh, it's fixed. Oh, man. Do some ramps.
Yes, go Lindsay, repping Decades Arcade. I know she was going live earlier, getting some good footage for the Instagram there, repping the shirt.
Really?
I think she said she has not played this game yet, so let's see how she does figuring it out. I'm still learning the rules to this, so we'll have to see what's going on.
Well, on the stream, I'm
It looks like she started a mode. I believe you start the modes, you hit the force targets, and then all the shots light up with the different characters. All right, looks like she locked up her first ball for Hoth multi-ball, so you light those locks with the target right next to the Luke shot, and then you shoot the Luke shot with those 3 green lines there representing her lock, so she's got 1 ball locked there. Just looping that center ramp great. I don't know how many times it is, but if she hits it a certain number of times, that'll start her light year multi-ball, I believe. But a good first start, hit some good shots. She signed in, so she's getting all those awards coming into her Stern Insider account. It is pretty dang cool looking. It's a lot of fun. Looking forward to getting some more games on it. All right, that's coming back. As long as Yoda's eyes are blinking, your ball save is still active. So just get a second chance there. Looks like she just needs a couple more force targets to light her modes. Gets those ion cannons. I believe those are your shot multipliers. So when you see those symbols on all the shots, the next shot you hit will be 2x for the rest of the ball. I think you get those with pop hits. Those pop-uppers right by the slings can make things pretty interesting down there on the bottom half of the playfield. But if you hit them enough times, you'll light your shot multiplier, so that's pretty cool. And I know there's a couple modes that feature those pop bumpers. There's a Darth Vader mode where you want to hit them, and a couple other ones where those are your actual mode shots, which is pretty unique. All right, that's going to come back. Yoda's eyes are still going. Gets it in the Starlock pit. There's a couple modes here. Jabba's Palace. Everything's lit up orange. It's still spinning back there. You can't quite see it on the stream, but there's a little, sort of like the whirlpool in Whitewater. Ball sort of spins there until it comes back down in the middle. All right, Sam's ripping shots here. Tough bounce off the top of that sling there. It's a little tricky to see the scores, but it looks like Lindsay's got a healthy lead so far. That's gonna come back. Right, Mackenzie's got her modes lit. An unfortunate drain there, but those should be lit starting ball 2. Not sure how well you can hear the sound, but you've got some of the awesome music from the movies in this game. A lot of really cool call-outs and stuff. You should definitely come by and play it if you haven't. I know our next mid-month match play, I believe, is the Star Wars launch party for this game, so you should come out the 3rd Wednesday of November, I believe. Get a chance. This game will be in every round, as well as the finals. And there'll be some cool prizes and stuff too. Ooh, she's got her Vader modes. So that lights all those red arrows. That's your mode selection. So each of those will start a different Vader mode. Looks like she is in the pop bumper one that we talked about earlier. So actually want to hit the pop bumpers. I think these Vader modes kind of lock you out of other stuff. So you can't make progress towards other multi-balls and things. It's really just those pop bumpers going right now. But got some good points from that. Looks like Linda's got her shot multipliers lit, so the next shot she hits will be doubled for the rest of this ball. Alright, so that's going to be that right ramp. You see the white circle insert underneath that shows that that is the doubled shot. Nice nudge there. Alright, looks like she's got her modes lit. You can see all the characters lit up in front of each shot, so she's going to start a Han mode. Han versus Greedo, looks like. A lot of the modes are pretty similar in this game, where you shoot blue shots to your mode shots and white shots build the value of those blue shots. Alright, I know you can get an outlane ball save in this game. I believe it's with the spinners. If you get enough spins, you spell Jedi, and then the action button is lit for an outlane ball save. On the premium, I believe it shoots it right into the shooter lane for you, which is pretty cool. On this one, it just saves your ball and puts a new ball in the shooter lane. Either way, it's still pretty useful. And Sam's in a mode here. Welcome to Tatooine, it looks like. Tough break there, but got about 16 million from that mode. Just a few shots, so that was pretty lucrative. Pop-upper almost puts it up in the loop shot for her. Let's see. Got modes lit, got shot multipliers lit. Ugh, that should come back. Ball save's still going. I think she got a little extra ball save from the skill shot there. stepping up. It looks like she has one more shot to that Luke shot
here we
over
go.
on the left to start Hoth multi-ball. That might be a good plan. Got modes lit as well.
Really? Are you serious?
Slings are not being kind. Couldn't get the ball on a flipper there.
You did real good on the first one.
But I believe she's still in the lead. It's a little hard to see the scores there. We'll see. The shots on this game are very tight. It takes a little getting used to, but it has been super fun. Right, Sam's gonna start another one of those Sarlacc Pit modes, Luke's Gift. This one, if I'm not mistaken, you have those two targets you're trying to hit. There's a little drop target that pops up in front of that clear ramp, as well as the light lock target over on the left. And I think maybe the faster you hit them, they're multiplied or something like that. All right, she locks a ball for Hoth. Nails that drop target, and it kills it. See, that's the problem with those target modes. They can be pretty dangerous.
I think you still got me though. Wait, what? I think your bonuses are gonna get me.
Based on the way they're looking at it, it looks like it's a close game. Have to see after bonus.
See? There you go.
All right, I can't read the scores, but from the way they're acting, it looks like Sam might have taken it, or at least so far. We'll have to see what Mackenzie can put up on ball, on her ball 3. But it looks like Sam was able to catch Lindsay. Got some modes lit, got your multipliers lit. Alright, gonna start a Leia mode. So wants to hit some blue shots. Nice center. Alright, that center ramp, now that it's white, is building the other shot's value. But I think if she keeps looping it, she will start a multi-ball at some point, if I'm not mistaken. Nice, so that is going to start Lightspeed multi-ball. Looks like blue shots are jackpots. She completed that mission. Got about 24 million in it. Unfortunately, I can't see her score at all, so I don't know how much left to chase down Sam, but she's got to be getting close. She's ripping shots. Still in that multi-ball. Gets a super for 6.5. I think this is like Game of Thrones, where you can keep spamming that center for a limited amount of time to keep collecting supers. All right, get some more modes lit. Hits that Death Star pretty clean. Unfortunately, gets a reject there, but that's another way you can lock balls for your Death Star multi-ball. All right, that's ball 2 locked for Hoth. One more shot up there will start Hoth multi-ball. Star Wars. All right, it looks like Mackenzie took it there. Was showing us some nice features of that game. I can see, oh yeah, that was really close. It looks like 56 for Sam and 55 for Lindsay. So that came down to just a little bit in bonus there. So I believe that's going to be Mackenzie takes a first, Sam takes a second, then Lindsay, and then Linda. Great games, everybody. Especially, I know for at least a few of them, that was their first time playing it. So everybody was doing great, hitting some shots. Glad we got to see some of this on stream today, since it is so new.
It's really nice. I think they spent more money on it. I know Tim helped them with it. I wonder if they let me just take this
All right, it
over.
looks like we have one more game still going on Foo Fighters. So should be finishing up fairly soon and moving on to the next round. Let's see, we can take another look at the standings here.
Looks like there's only one game left.
All right, the game still going is our group 1, so we'll have to wait a little bit to see how they're gonna shake up, but looks like Cam's gonna come play a game on Star Wars. In the meantime, give us something to watch. Let's see what his strategy is. I know he put up something like 1.6 billion the other day, so maybe he can show us some parts of this game we didn't get a chance to see. Looks like he's maybe going for that Hoth multi-ball. I know you can backhand that shot. That's how I found more success with it. A lot of shots on this game seem a little easier on the backhand, at least to me. Looks like he might be trying to get his light speed multi-ball going. He's going for that center ramp. Or at least set it up. Getting some mode shots. Nice saves there. Maybe going for Death Star there. He lit his lock, the Death Star. Looks like his mode shot's on that right orbit, and that Luke shot nails the Luke shot. That's going to give him a second lock for Hoth multi-ball. All right, looks like his mode might be... Oh. His final mode shot might be at that Luke shot there. He's got his multipliers lit. Yep. All right, great play. He's going to finish his mode. He's got the 2x multiplier on that shot, which is the super jackpot for this multi-ball, so that's a great place to put it. All right, so his goal here is going to hit green shots. Those are his jackpots, and that will light a super at the Luke shot where he locked those balls. I also think if you shoot the Starlock pit, a certain number of spins will light an add a ball on your action button, so that's a really good thing to watch out for and to go for, especially maybe while ball save's still going. I think he's going for it now. He also has, I think, a Han mode going at the same time. Those are the blue shots. It's a little hard to differentiate, but there's blue shots and green shots. Blue are the mode, green are the multi-ball. All right, still got at least 2 balls there. Oh, he might have stacked. I think he might be in his Lightspeed multi-ball and his Hoth multi-ball at the same time, so he's ripping supers up the middle. There, like I said, it's a limited time, as you can loop it as many times as you want. The jackpot builds. Super after super. There's the super for his Hoth multi-ball, 66 million, and still going. So he'll need some more green shots to build that super up again. Looks like he got his add-a-ball. Really nice multi-ball control going on here. Alright, we're going to keep looping supers while we can. Tries to backhand that Luke shot off the brick in the trap. Looks like we are out of multi-ball, but that Hoth super stays lit for a decent amount of time after you drain out of multi-ball, so look out for that. You can get it. I don't actually know what the timer is, but it's pretty long. It's 276 million for that multi-ball. I didn't see where it showed his Lightspeed multi-ball total, but he got a ton out of that too, so that stack was really valuable for him. Alright, he's got his shot multipliers lit again off of Mystery Award. Some nice nudging to get it back into the flippers. Looks like he's going to try and show his Death Star if he can. That's a really tight shot there. I know you can backhand it, but it is pretty difficult. post pass. Yeah, he looked a little disappointed. I know it seemed like he wanted that 2x on the Death Star. Okay, but he did have that ball save, so he used that action button there to use his outlane ball save. He probably built up that Jedi during multi-ball hitting those spinners. Let's see, looks like Foo Fighters is still going. So they must be having a good game over there. Lets that one go. That was a great, was that still ball one? So great ball one. All right, looks like we got new matches. Let's see where Cam is moving the rig. I could see him putting it on Demo Man. That would be fun.
Where's this thing going next? Uh-oh, low battery.
Oh, I guess he just took the rig off the game so he can keep playing. Let me see if I can put it on something.
Where's this going next, you know?
Oh,
Where are you gonna take it?
hold on. Hold on, Steph. I'm gonna scoot the rig on y'all. Get this ready. Okay. Got that.
All right, looks like we are going to be watching some Demo Man. This should be fun. It's our top group. Very quickly, Stephanie gets into multi-ball. Very impressive. Gets that with the Claw award. The Claw on this Demo Man's disabled, so the awards go in order. So the first one is either a quick freeze or lock, or you start your multi-ball if you already have one frozen. This first multi-ball, you got to do the jackpots in order. It's the center ramp, which she did, and now trying to get that computer shot with the upper flipper. Oh, everybody out of the pool. Let me get the match play set up for this group. There we go. not showing the love today. Let's see. Looks like Cat's playing with the triggers. Have to look out for that. There's little, handles on the top of the game. You can play with the triggers for a little extra combo bonus. You can also spot a jackpot during multi-ball with the buttons on the back. So it can be valuable, but also I know a lot of people just prefer to play with the flippers because that's what you're used to, playing with flippers on every other game. Looks like Katie's going to opt for the triggers as well. Some very unfriendly bounces happening. Nice nudging. This game is all about combos and multi-balls, so every time you hit a shot, the other shot's light red, and you can get a combo. That was a great nudge, but is going to tilt with that. Had to do it. It was going down the middle. That's one thing about using the handles. You can get some pretty good leverage on this game. I've definitely thrown it a couple times when I didn't really mean to move it quite as hard. So Dre is probably going to give that a second to settle. Let that tilt bob settle in there. No grace period going there. All right, nails that skill shot. Let's see. Yep, that claw ward is gonna freeze or lock her first ball for multi-ball. So now she has start multi-ball, insert lit at that tight left orbit, just to the left of the left ramp. It's a pretty tough shot. Sometimes you can get it if you shoot up the middle ramp, it'll kind of fall into that saucer. Cat nails it, gets the extra ball, and is going to start multi-ball. You're not going to play the extra ball, but you can get some good bonus on this game with it. All right, so first jackpot's lit up that center ramp. Gets that. Next one's at the computer. Nice save. Trying for that computer.
I didn't know you could stack on light speed multi-ball, but that is freaking crazy.
Yeah, I saw you do that.
600 million on one go. Very low capacity super for depth. And then we're gaining light speed too. And then I got the long light. I guess you shoot shots. And then it gives you a button.
All right, Cat has started the second claw ward, which is ACMAC, so you just want to shoot it up the middle as many times as you can before the timer runs out. There's one. All right, lights another extra ball. She can get it. these ACMAC. See the value builds every time. That was about a 12 million. Got 34 million total in that load. She does have an extra ball, so we'll see her plunge that and get some extra bonus on there. But a great ball from Kat puts her up about 400 million. We'll see after this extra ball bonus. But definitely putting some pressure on the other players in this group. It's going to add another 56 million just for that extra ball. So even though you can't play it, it can be good value, especially on a big bonus game like this, to collect those extra balls. That one I don't think is coming back. Oh, that was brutal.
Demo man hitter.
Oh yeah. Well, she did her first multi-ball already, so she's got to free some more balls. Ugh, and a tough sling out on the left there. All right, Drea's had some bad luck so far. Let's see her pull through on this ball 3. That, I think, will come, yep. Ugh, and the slings take another victim. It's not what she was hoping for. All right, Kat's got to be feeling pretty good walking up to this ball. All right, she's still going to get some big bonus from her last ball. Get that 56 again, put her up to 526. So not uncatchable, but that's a great score. Looks like Katie's got her multi-ball lit at that left orbit. I believe her claw world will also give her that multi-ball if she can get up that right ramp. So that could be big. That multi-ball can be worth a lot of points if you can open it up. And I don't think that's going to come back, unfortunately. So that's going to be a win for Kat. Stephanie will take second, then Drea, then Katie. Looks like that's going to put Kat in the lead overall with 44 points right now. Since she was in the top group going into that, so nobody can catch her after this round. We got still quite a few games going. See Andy in that inflatable cat costume bouncing around in the background. What a fun day. Everybody all dressed up, getting in the spirit, having a lot of fun. right back with a new game. It looks like we're still waiting on 3 games to finish up here. Iron Maiden, No Fear, and Game of Thrones. But we will be back with a new round in just a bit.
Soccer.
All right, y'all, it's me again. Okay, alright. Here we go. I was playing Demolition Man, and I don't remember how well I was doing. It seemed like I was doing well. Alright, I guess we're gonna go ahead.
Alright, got it set up.
World Cup soccer, don't miss you.
And that's going to be a goal. Starting off strong.
Oh, come on.
Ah. So that'll be a center drain, but gets the goal, gets some ramps. 150,000 free points somehow. I don't think that's going to matter, but you can certainly note that on the record. So World Cup soccer, you get your white arrows and you work towards multi-ball, and then you have to shoot the trickiest shot in all of pinball, besides, you know, anything with the side flicker. Your goal is going to give you some super features, which will amplify scoring for your ramps, spinner, pop bumpers, or your goalie target actually. And any hits you get with a super feature are going to go to your bonus, and that's going to come back because that's within the very short ball save timer for Katie there. So let's see. Start with a shot on the ramp, and then I think going for ramp again, but we'll get the penalty kick opportunity here. Still might go for these white arrows, but either which way is pretty good. Penalty kick is just a little bit offline, but we still have the first goal from earlier lit, so we can start an ultra feature if we want. Making some pretty good progress here. Just a couple more white shots are going to get Katie to that multi-ball phase. The assist is nice because you actually get 2 ultra features when you get an assist. So we have ultra features of spinner and jets. So, and that's going to let her lock. So I think here, you know, ultras are nice, but if you get your multi-ball, you're probably going to get a lot out of spinner and jets just in that. So I think the focus here should be trying to get that scoop. Easier said than done, of course. This is a notorious shot in pinball. And that assist starts another mode too. We get the ramps going as well. Katie's liked the ramps so far, so this is definitely to her favor. Be a really good spot to cash in and go out on a ball 1 lead here. Makes the shot, nails it on the dime. So 3 of her 4 ultra features are running, but even still, the main focus here is goal, then ramp, then goal, then ramp. That is going to be the main and only jackpot feature in this multi-ball. So a goal has been achieved, and we are looking to hit a ramp to relight the goal. I don't want to say it too loud. There is an extra way to activate the goal. If you can't hit the ramp, you get 1 per multi-ball where you hit the extra ball button. But Katie's doing a really good job with this so far. Got another assist that goes straight in. The assist saucer is so nice because anytime you get it, it just it gives you some bonus, right? If your goal's not lit, it will be if you have it in the assist. So 2 balls left, keeping them in play pretty alright. That did use a kickback, but another assist saucer. That one didn't even go in. I think the coil is just a little bit weak right now. This is a great multi-ball though. Unfortunate double drain, but that is a huge start. And 115 million in bonus from those ultras. Probably a lot of ramps, just based on what happened there. I would guess probably a little bit of spinner too. 444 million ball 1. Great way to open up here. Sid's going to immediately fire off with a goal up the middle. Got ultra jets, but most importantly, we're working towards whatever we can at the moment, which currently we're going to go for a penalty kick. Got to shoot up the middle one more time. A little bit too soon there. A little bit of a panic here. Want to find this shot.
Yay!
I think that is a little bit too late for the penalty kick to register, so we're going to see if we can get
Yay!
something going here. Uh-oh, it's coming down. Yep, keeps it alive. That's good. All is well. Gets a free kickback on that one. Went through the the upper header lane, which I think is normally where the kickback comes out of. And Sid is going to express her feelings towards this game. She's still in second place, though, is the thing. I mean, just making enough shots put her in second place. But of course, from first place, you've got a ways to go, because Katie started off with an amazing ball. Tell us about that ball, Sid. How did it go?
I hated it. Next question.
I didn't have any other questions. It's the only one I got for you.
Let's do this.
Alright, let's watch Lindsay kill this one. Alright. Shoots into the scoop. This is actually a pretty good award. You get a quick timer to get 3 goals, worth a total of 60 million. Really 85 plus the start you get. But even still, 25 million on that helps. But not the exit you want, certainly. Quick ball for Lindsay there, as Drea steps up. So we take a look at the standings right now. It is top 12 that advance into the finals. This is group number 2, so they're pretty comfortably ahead of those behind them, but you still want to be winning because there's a few rounds left and you've got to keep that momentum going for just a little bit longer. It seems like group number 1 currently is on Valley Wizard. Great game that we have here, based off of The Who. Of course, writing the song Pinball Wizard. The game was made for them. And if you can double roll it, you'd be the Valley King. So Dre's having a good start here, getting the assist for some ultra features, finding the ramps. I believe that will light the lock. A little bit quick on that shot, going to the right ramp. But having this set up for ball 3 is good because there's a lot of points in this multi-ball. Capitalize on this for the next time. And without a doubt, we're right back in it. So Katie working on padding her lead. She's already off to a huge start. She probably gets that back. Yes, another ball save. That's right, she also had one on first ball. Very helpful. Working some shots. The ramp is no longer lit for advancing lock. The game does get a little bit tougher after the first multi-ball. Shots go away a little bit faster. Even still, having the goals you get from the first ball carry over to bonus just only further solidifies the lead that you put up ball 1. But it's not safe. It really isn't. So we'll see what more can happen here. Alright. Sid is struggling to get control here. Lots of hasty shots there. You really just want to find a few of the shots that work for you. And right there, Sid did not find any shots. Didn't get the ball under control, but that's okay. Because ball 3 is on its way. Better things can happen. I'm gonna flag down Lindsay here. That was a pretty quick ball too for all players, but I think ball 3 here is gonna hit a little bit better. See some
Like I said, I'm starting to
extra
laugh.
multi-ball, I believe.
It's round 9.
Get some ultra features, get some goals. It's all fun and games. Really just one game, soccer and pinball. Soccer, pinball. Pinball,
What I really
soccer.
need is like coffee. Actually, no, I don't need toffee. I need to just go to sleep.
That did not count for
I
ultra
guess so
goalie,
far.
but that's her first time in the empty net, so we're gonna go for a penalty kick. Ooh, that was a big rejection. Good thing that she survived it. She also has her lock lit. She's gonna take it right there.
I wonder if y'all can hear our music in the background.
Now it's
playing Sell Out.
playing the game of can we find the scoop?
Final draw. I don't remember. Oh, okay.
It's nobody's favorite game. Lindsay has already expressed that she does not like this game. So this is usually what people are talking about when they air out their frustrations here. But once you hit that shot, it can be pretty fun. So let's see.
One time I was in Richmond.
Oh, gets the ricochet right in. Beautiful coincidence right there.
A real big fan.
And And this could
We're playing
start
a
it
free
off
concert.
pretty well. Let's see. Goal right out of the bat. Doesn't look like Lindsay knows about the secrets. So she needs to find one of the ramps here, and she needs to keep both balls in play to try and maximize this more. There's a ramp. Now we've got Jackpot is lit.
Oh, come on.
Uh-oh. Oh, no.
Really now.
Double drain.
I didn't mean to do that.
But still, even just a lot of points from that interaction there put her up to 276. And that's not a bad spot to be in right now. So Dre is in sort of the same spot that Lindsay left off. Locks are lit, so if we can find a ramp, we will get ourselves one step closer to multi-ball. Cleaning up spills, so we will be just a second, but no rush. We've got other games going on right now. Just to give a little bit of context, we've had some players have to exit early for today. We are down to 24 players, and Drea secures her lock. And now the fun part. Can we hit the scoop? Can we get it in there? Secure ourselves a good multi-ball right on cue. Very nice. Very good shot. And once you get in this multi-ball, every score is within reach. You're just a few goals away at any given point, and there's one, but now we've got to find, it's really about a flow here. Ooh, no, unfortunate. Alright, but that's okay. The game lets you keep stuff consistent here. Big goals can help. So we get 25 million automatic, see if we can get some more goals. Just find some control, get the points that we need to follow up here. Well, she's already at 315 though, so she will at least be passing Lindsay. Alright, I don't think there was much ultra, so not a whole lot of bonus, but 341. Put herself ahead here. Katie's still with the lead, playing to apply a little bit more pressure, keep herself safe from Sid in player court. Alright, so we look at resources here. You can actually tell sort of how your game's paced with the inserts down below. It's kind of hard to get used to, but the soccer ball is actually telling you, I don't think that one's gonna, okay, yeah, 3 times is a bit too many. That one is gonna be just an early exit. But as I was saying, the soccer ball in the middle tells you how close you are to the lock. Sid currently needs 3 shots, and I believe in her current state she can probably hit the left ramp 2 times and have it count both. I guess the plunge will spot one of those, so now she only needs 2. She's got to make something happen. It's not going to do it.
Nope.
Alright, dog soccer, everybody. It's a brutal game. I like it because it can really level the playing field. But many others do not like it, and for those I sympathize.
All right, new round is live. We're going to be watching some Iron Man. Looks like Cam's going to help us push the rig forward a little bit. Let's see. All right, we got Katie, Kat, Drea, and Laura. This should be a good matchup. I know the post isn't working on this one right now. Usually there's a post that pops up when you do the plunge, and so you can get an easy feed to the top lanes, but it's not working right now, unfortunately. Yep. That is Iron Man. No ball save left on there. But yeah, there's a super skill shot. If you hold up your left flipper and you plunge the top lanes, you get the super skill shot. And usually I don't go for that because you can get a really easy skill shot with the post, but since that's not working, super skill every time. And Kat looks like she's going to get it. Yep, that's a million points there for the super skill. Let's see. All right, making some progress towards Whiplash multi-ball. If you hit that magnet with those targets enough times, you'll start a multi-ball. There's kind of three main multi-balls. You got Monger, which will come up in the center. War Machine over on the left. A little kickback, and then Whiplash. Kat is nailing the ramp. She hits him a couple more times, she'll start bogey. I think just one more will do it. Nice control. Yep, that's going to start bogey. So everything with a red arrow is lit for points. This is a timed mode. You can add time at the War Machine kickback shot over on the left. Fortunately, bogey's going to be cut short there, but a great ball one for Kat. Going to end up around 4.5, 5 million there. Looks like she's pretty close to raising her Ironmonger. You hit the spinners, and that spells Monger in the middle of the playfield, and then he'll raise up in the center there. A quick drain, but set up for some good points on her next couple balls. Laura is usually really good at comboing these ramps. She can build up bogey to a crazy value. So let's see. I'm guessing that's going to be her opening strategy here, but you never know.
Why are you hitting this?
Looks like she was going for it, just not finding it yet. A nice ramp there. Alright, looks like she's one letter away from raising the Monger. Ugh, and that post. Killer. Oof. Brutal half ramp there. Almost made it up. Comes right down the middle. That ramp feed with with the half ramp can be pretty unpredictable. I've seen it fling straight to the left out lane, right down the middle. Sometimes it's nice, it goes right to a flipper, but you really never know what you're going to get from there. So that is unfortunate. Alright, Drea has the Monger raised in the middle. It's a little hard to tell, but he's up right in the center of the playfield, so you just got to bash him enough times to spell Monger. So every time she hits it, it adds a letter. She's at the G now, so just a couple more hits is going to start Ironmonger multi-ball. But he can be pretty dangerous. There's a magnet in front of him, like you just saw. Sometimes he'll just grab the ball and fling it right down the middle, right down the out lane. So it's definitely a dangerous multi-ball to start. Nice control there. There we go. That is going to start Ironmonger multi-ball. So what you want to do, pretty much the same as starting it, you're going to hit a spinner. That's going to raise the Monger again, which she did, and then you bash him enough times to Spellmonger again, and that's going to light your super jackpot at the center spinner, right at the center of the playfield. So she is making great progress there. Just one more hit. That's going to light the super. I think there might have been a little grace period there, but got some good points out of that. Also started Iron Man fast scoring during that, which is sort of a frenzy mode with the targets. Not typically something you go for, but especially in multi-ball, you can get a lot of points from it because the balls are flying around. A lot of side-to-side action will hit those targets. All right, Lori gets a shot off at Whiplash. Oh, and that feed, okay. Good ball save there because that feed just sucked. There she goes, finding that ramp. There we go, one more shot for bogey. There it is. Yep, this can be a very valuable mode. The shots build by 100,000 every time you hit it. So now she's at about $1 million a shot. Oh, great nudge to get it back into the in lane. This game can be a little tilty, so you got to know what you can give it when. Awesome, got 6 million from that bogey. That's going to put her in the lead going into ball 3. So we have, let's see, looks like Katie's really close to Monger, so she might be going for that. Or any of the other multi-balls. A lot of different scoring opportunities in this game. Getting some ramp action here. Nice save. Right, she's going to start bogey. Ugh. Terrible feed off that Whiplash target. Got some good points for that, but that is not going to be enough. Katie's going to take a last on this game, unfortunately. But it is a close race for the rest of these players. Let's see, it looks like, yep, Kat's got the Monger up in the middle there. So she'll be working on hitting him, trying not to die in the process. Tough bounce there. So that is going to nail in a 3rd place for Kat, I believe. So now it is down to Drea and Laura. Ugh. Just danced around that in lane. Gave her some hope and took it away. So that is going to be a win for Laura. Walk off, but she's going to play it out just for our entertainment here. All right, so that's going to be a win for Laura, second for Drea, a third for Kat, and a fourth for Katie. Let's see, it looks like that might be our first game done. So we'll have a little bit before our next round is going to start. I believe so. That was round 10, so we'll have 2 more rounds after this before finals. I think we're going to try and watch some of the games of people around the cut line. We're fighting to make it into finals.
We are sorry for what you had to witness. What am I looking at? Which camera? Is this the one? We are sorry for the Iron Man game that we provided to the public.
So standings right now, we got a lot of people around that cut line, a lot of people around 35, 37 going into this round. Cat Dodge still in the lead with Laura, Drea, and Katie following close behind. We've got our second group still going here with Anna, Stephanie, Linda, and Lindsay. So we will be back in a little bit with some exciting pinball action once round 11 starts. Hello, thank you everybody for joining. We should be getting started with a new round pretty soon. X-Men's just taking a little while because Anna is having an awesome game. She was at 220 million last time I checked, so just waiting on that to finish up. They are on ball 3. But yes, go Gals, we're really excited to be here and have such a big women's tournament, have such a good turnout today. It's been a lot of fun. And it's really exciting to see so many women playing pinball. Ooh, go Anna. Yeah, we're getting down to it. We have, I think, 2 more rounds left before finals. So top 12 will move on to a Papa-style finals. Top 4 will have a bye for the first round, I believe. So I think we're going to try and show a game for people pretty close to that cut line, because that'll be the most interesting for the next couple rounds. But it's definitely close. Got a lot of people really close. They're about 40 points right now. Is pretty close to the cutoff here. But it is anybody's game at this point. Alright, it looks like we might have finished up there. We're starting a new round. Let's see, I believe Cam's going to move the rig for us. Let's see where we're headed. Could see maybe some James Bond, maybe some Metallica. Yeah, we can do that. Alright, I got word. I think we're going to do James Bond. We're going to have Sid, Caroline, Stephanie, and Sam. Should be a really good matchup here.
Bad news coming in.
So let me go ahead and pull that up.
Okay.
.007, James Bond. And it seems as if she started the Goldfinger mode she has. These drop targets, these green ones, just lit her lock now. Okay, I'm gonna stop. So yeah, Bird 1 lock's already sort of set, but would be nice to set up the jetpack multi-ball as well. We're gonna do that by shooting under the upper left flipper. Unfortunate. But with any luck, she should be able to get into Bird 1. Just gotta hit up the middle 3 times, get all of those locks, and go from there. I think on average this is an easier playing James Bonds. The tilt is usually pretty relaxed. You can get away with a lot of good power moves here and not tilt, as we may probably see from Caroline, if I had to guess. Alright, great skill shot. She didn't even lift the flipper, she just had that perfectly set up. That is going to be a unique skill shot, that will give her a smart missile for one, and also lights her jetpack multi-ball. But she'd probably want to hit one of these ramps here first. Nasty exit. But even then, you saw that was a pretty big slap save and no danger. So you can get away with a lot here. And Stephanie Traub, one of the most experienced in the competitive scene that I know from Virginia, among all players, not even in just women's. Stepping up to James Bond now. I don't know how much she's played this one. Got our light rig up there. Pretty much perfectly placed on that left eject, because you do want to be able to see that. It's a good thing to pay note to. Sometimes the feed from the bumpers can go into it, or sort of. That one was close. I usually like to give it some nudge, because you can usually get it to go in here, but she's probably just going to start off and get her villain mode a little bit early. Oh, no. That was not the move. Alright, some quick balls so far. I mean, James Bond really can be this way, especially when you're just getting used to the game at the start. But once you get in a groove, you get one of the multi-balls sort of going through, pull with that. I think it'll grow on these players. I think we'll see longer ball times. We're going to see bigger games develop. So this is the second to last match that we have here. I figured I'd put it on stream because this is a group sort of around the threshold mark where everybody in this group is currently in the top 12, but this can change depending on performance here and on the next game. Right, our top seeds, Catherine, Laura, and Anna, have pretty far extensions on this group. They've got about 10 points higher. So, I guess, Andrea too. I figured they're a little bit less concerned about preserving a playoff spot, but here it's a little bit tight action. So anyway, see what Sam's got going here. Hasn't started the mode yet, but right out of that feed, it can fall into the eject, and it's that left jetpack ramp that would be a pretty good opening here. Oh, not the best feed from there. Probably could have saved it, but hadn't happened to do it. So Sid steps up. She lit her bird 1, as long as she remembers that that is a thing. Sorry, I'm not critical of Sid specifically. She's my partner, so I'm gonna be a little bit real about it, but that definitely is what she would like to do here, is get that lock. But starting a mode is definitely a path too. And there's the eject for the jetpack. Either or, right? Just get something going, because you certainly want to. Wow! Okay, so the eject coming out is very vicious. Sam's looked a little bit more like you can fight it. That one was very, very dead set towards the center. Still though, I mean, we haven't seen a danger. More than anything, I'd like to see some hard aggression on this machine. You know, shove it all over the place. You really can. You can, I promise you can get away with it on this copy of Bond. Alright, Caroline's gonna take a raw multi-ball. Great shot. She wants to hit the center to start it. Sometimes you get a little bit easier of a draw here because you're in a cutscene from another mode, and that actually takes up the time for your multi-ball start. But she did have to fight the hurry-up timer, so she only gets a 1.7 jackpot here. Still, if we last long enough, if we get to the super jackpot, we'll get an add-a-ball, we'll get higher jackpot values, and that could just be what we need. She still has the ball save. Now she's on the double jackpot, which is just going to be putting it back up the ramp. Still with a bit of ball save. You don't want to shoot now? Yeah, because it's coming back down. But, no. Right. And the dragon target up there might get hit automatically by this, but that should add an outlane ball saver. Yeah, see, that's a move, right? Sort of similar. Not Not the same bounce that we were getting, but a very dangerous one all the same. And Dr. No is not my favorite mode to see if I've got nothing set up. You could make a lot of points out of this, but it's just not the best. It's not good shots. It's that target up the middle that's already pretty dangerous. It's the pop bumper lane that you're never going for. Most people don't even know it's a shot on this game.
No.
And you've got to hit it so many times. So Caroline will take an exit there. It is a little bit of a drawback, actually, to have already used that jetpack without a mode. But where she currently stands, where everybody is, she's not in a bad spot because she got a multi-ball, she got some shots, and she has the lead. "17 viewers, thank you guys for checking in. This is the Richmond Pinball Collective over in Richmond, Virginia. Our yearly women's pinball Halloween tournament, GAL-O-WEEN. We got some good costumes, we got some good pinball today. Steph going straight for those drop targets. The jetpack also lit. She might still be going for lock. It seems like she's mostly pushing shots sort of towards the center. I think she wants to at least start with her bird one. See, a massive move, and she's going to think to herself, I only got one danger off of that. I'd probably tilt a lot of other copies. And I think that's where, you know, adaptation starts to take place. She almost got the natural non-death save, on that. She got a lock, and she got the knowledge of, okay, this game is not tilty, so I can kind of do what I want with it. The big move did knock Sam's score a little bit loose, but you can see the digits that matter. So we're all set. Sam also has jetpack ready. I think everybody does at this point, but that jetpack ramp can be tough. Definitely a shot you want to find. Still had ball save, and we're still getting mean feeds from there. So maybe, I mean, you've already got it lit. Maybe you just don't want it to go into that hole anymore, because it's clearly not being nice. All right, let's see. Here's another. The Q branch power pack is lit. I think for a lot of players, they kind of like to avoid this because it locks them out of modes and multi-balls otherwise. But power pack is a big one. If you can actually make it to the end, it is massive value. And then you put some bond women with that. It can be one of the best things in your game. But it takes a lot of work. On this one, maybe less so, because you get that eject so often, you know, work towards it that much faster. Who could say? The situation's kind of the same for all players right now. It's a ramp, and then try and get a multi-ball start. And you could just take the multi-ball outright, as Caroline did, but just gives you a little bit of fewer points, potentially, on the playfield. Alright, Sam's going to activate double scoring. Ooh, almost pushed up the side ramp. No. Really, in a vacuum, there's no harm in doing that with the multiplier, because it goes away once collected at the end of the ball. You know, typically you want to save those for a highest scoring mode, such as a multi-ball or Bond James Bond, but I think being liberal with your multipliers is not a bad idea, because if you play the game long enough, it's not going to matter as much how specifically you time it. Because you could put it right in a multi-ball with a mode stack and it's perfect, but then you just miss all your shots and you waste it anyways. I mean, if you use a 2x every now and then, you get more time to set up. I don't know. There's a lot of philosophy. Some people really like to just go for 7x because they get that ball save, and you know, they get over a minute of just the purest, most high value scoring you can get in the game, and it's really fun. But alright, Sid definitely shooting up the middle. She needs to play more controlled here. Oh, there we go. So that's a jetpack. If she can find up the middle here, she's going to get a good value on her hurry up. But if she doesn't, this multi-ball may not be worth a whole lot right out of the gate. Let's Let's see. Is the one arrow lit? Only need to graze it. Don't need to go all the way around like you do for the bird one. So that'll do it. 2.7, that's close to max value. And now we just need to make some shots. Sid has already used her smart missiles, but for all intents and purposes, she could get a martini, which is shooting the side ramp just slightly to go down the right ramp. Alright, still in multi-ball, just a little bit more here. And she started double scoring, which I don't think is the worst idea, but really did not shake out the best as far as timing goes. Still, she got some points on the board. She got the multi-ball that she wanted. And now, as your first place after playing ball 3, you just see how it holds up. Caroline's in a bit of a stress position here because jetpack's already been expended. You can make more progress, but with the way the eject's going, a little bit scary. So it would just be ramp, left eject, ramp. And that's not bad too, you know. Not only are you bringing in a mode, you're bringing in another scoring factor on that shot that you want. Although she actually buttons it. I'm not the biggest fan. Let's see. That might not cover with bonus. I can't tell. I want to say that Sid's score is higher, but I really am not positive. They're looking at it. The lighting's hard on this rig. I'm sorry, guys. I think Steph's going to set up with a good ball here, but first we probably want to get a mode. Side ramp, not quite, but a martini, we'll take it. That should count as a lock. That is ball 2. I think bird 1 in this situation is probably enough to get it on its own, especially if you can get the extend by shooting enough side shots in your first 15 seconds. I think Steph might just go for that. I think she just goes up the middle. Not worry too much about a stack. Yeah, she does, and that's exactly what I think she needs to do in this situation. And she's got 4 missiles. I think you know, the other piece to strategy here is because you get the extension on the multi-ball, which is so crucial. She is gonna button, and she's going to also multiply her buttons. So she's actually already got it. The rest will just be bonus points to tack on to try and keep Sam out of the conversation for first. Alright, so now we're cranking out some double jackpots. At this point, hard to tell, but your super is lit at the rocket. She did get that, 34 million. Alright, this multi-ball's pretty valuable at the end of the day. And the extender is easier. It's less total performance based and more you know, gimmick at the start. And if you can button it, you might as well. Still in multi-ball too, that ball came back. Both of them, of course. Right, it's actually a 3-ball extend, which is kind of surprising. But she's out of it now, so still a very good spot, and I figured that Steph would be, because she knows this game, she knows what she's doing. I think out of that multi-ball, she might have a better feel for it. I could see her going for a mode, kind of playing it solo. Probably getting this jetpack too while I'm thinking. So we've got Largo. Like a lot of the other orange features. Okay, stream was counted out a bit there, but I think what happened was another rough ejection. Hard to tell. 121 mil though, not too bad. Why our stream is so choppy right now? I'm gonna guess it's the battery on the mainstay, on the main thing. So I'm gonna go ahead and get that swapped out real quick.
All right, last round of qualifying. We're on Wizard here. Looks like I did a terrible job lining up the camera with the back glass, so we'll see if I can go fix that. So we can see some scores. But basically, Wizard, if you don't know, these little flags over in the top right, you flip those over with the different stand-up targets. So there's 3 on the left for flags 1, 2, and 3, and then flag 4 is on the right. So you flip them over with the targets, and then if you can get the ball to go over the rollovers up there, you will collect the awards. The best way to do that is to hit the spinner. It'll go in the saucer up top and then fall down those lanes. So it looks like Sid flipped some flags but wasn't able to get to collect those awards. I would say the most lucrative one is definitely flag 3. That's going to be double bonus, which can be huge on this game. But in general, hitting the spinner is good. It advances your bonus. 10 points a spin, unlit, 100 when it is lit. And the saucer at the top gives you 3,000 plus 3 bonus advances. So basically 6,000 points every time you go in that saucer. So up top is pretty good, especially if you can get some of those flags lit. Nice little tip over from Mackenzie there. Looks like that's going to bounce in. Nice tip. And that's exactly what you want. She's got all 4 flags lit. She's got her spinner lit, her center target, double bonus. A quick drain, but that will be 20,000 at least in almost 40. She might have had 19,000, so that's going to be almost 40,000 points in bonus. So a great first ball for Mackenzie. It's exactly what you want to see. Fortunately, we can't see her score. But I would say with certainty that she is in the lead right now.
Give me the saucer. Oh, I trusted that, and I should not have. Yeah, go the hard way up there.
All right, great nudge up to that saucer. So that's going to flip flag 4, which lights the spinner. So now the spinner is 100 points a spin. Fortunately, can't make it up there, but still a good ball from Caroline.
That was fucking trash. Alright.
Let me change over, just realizing these players are not right. So let's do... There we go, now we got the right names on there. And that is a classic Wizard drain off the top of the sling to that out lane. There's no rubber over there, not really much you can get a handle on as far as nudging, unless you can get it off the wall.
Way to slum it.
Nice dig.
Oh god, please don't.
Let's see if she can get that spinner.
Yes,
She's got
yes,
all the
yes,
flags
yes,
flipped
yes,
over.
Get up.
Very close to that saucer on the top. Tough drain. this is going to be a 5-ball game. All of our EMs here are set to 5 balls. So I believe this is ball 3, but we'll have 2 more after this. Hopefully that comes back into focus a little better. There we go. Those outlanes are hungry.
Yep. Oh no! I was hoping for a mouse and it was
Oh no!
Got Lindsay up. Just a score update. I didn't want to go interrupt their game to mess with the rig, but Mackenzie's at about 85,000 points right now, so a pretty healthy lead. Caroline's at around 40. Sid and Lindsay are both going into this ball with about 26, so it looks like Lindsay's brought that up to about 31 right now. That is going to help a lot. That's going to light her spinner, double bonus, in the pop bumper at the top. So a couple spinner rips would be really great. It looks like she's already at her max bonus, or almost. She's at 18,000 out of 19,000, so she'll have about 40,000 waiting in bonus with that doubler. So a great ball from Lindsay. That should put her up around 80,000. About 74. Sid's walking up. We can see her score about 29,000 at the moment. But Wizard is game, like you can see, if you can get some of those flags down, get a couple good spinner rips to advance your bonus, you can really blow it up all in one ball. I've seen people go from, you know, getting housed the first 4 balls to coming back for a win with over 100,000 on just 1 ball. So it is anybody's game. Another tough ball from Mackenzie. She is still going to be into the lead, but Lindsay's definitely closing that gap here, going into what I believe is ball 5. Nice tip. Great dig.
I know you want to just drain. I know.
Nice.
Yeah, go the hard way. Come on.
Great spinner rip. That's exactly what she was looking for. Oh, getting that saucer. There we go. She's got her spinner lit. Doesn't have the double bonus because flag 3 wasn't flipped, but still in a really great spot to score some points here. Looks like she's going for that 3rd flag. Nice read. That's the 3rd flag. If she can get it up to the top saucer, she will get double bonus, and unfortunately that's going to go out the out lane there. But still a great bonus, still a great ball. Oh, good. Looked like it was going out there for a second. Come on. Alright. Lindsay's going to finish up with 79. I believe that still puts Mackenzie in the lead. I'm not sure what Caroline was able to get to. I will go check in just a minute. Alright, so Caroline actually had a really great last ball, as we saw, and she ended up pushing 92,000 points, so she will take a second on that. Mackenzie just rolled it with that last ball. So Mackenzie's just over 100. Caroline was at 92. Lindsay's at 79, and Sid was at 46. A great game of Wizard. That is not an easy game. So that is going to finish out our qualifying. Let's see. It looks like we have one game still going. Deadpool's still running. So let's take a look at the standings here, see where we are with our finalists. All right, looks like top 4 will get a bye. It's not quite locked in yet. It looks like Kat, Laura, and Anna will all get byes because they cannot be caught. It looks like if Linda or Susan were to win this game of Deadpool, they would move into the number 4 spot. So either one of them are up for a bye. But it looks like our finalists are going to be locked in because the 4 people remaining have already qualified. So we might have, looks like we have a tiebreaker between Sid and Lindsay. So that will be exciting. So we'll get a little bonus pinball before we move into finals. So we don't know the order yet, but it looks like our finalists are going to be Kat, Laura, Anna, Mackenzie, Katie, Linda, Tegwin, Susan, Drea, Caroline, Stephanie, and either Sid or Lindsay after a tiebreaker. So we will try and get that on stream so you guys can see live who is going to make these finals. It's a very competitive tournament today. It's been awesome. So let's go see what game that's going to be on so we can move the rig, and we'll be back in just a minute.
can you not put the?
Yeah,
How can
the
you not
people
put
want
the
to see.
tiebreaker?
The people want to see it.
There are additional battery packs for the lights, but I don't know where they are. So
I think they figured out where it is.
they exist.
All right. Good luck.
I'm in complete darkness.
That's fair.
Get it, girl. Good luck.
All right, our tiebreaker looks like it's going to be on Gorgar between Sid and Lindsay. It's a classic tiebreaker game.
Upbeat.
All right.
All right, looks like Sid's going to start us off here. Oop, that's good. Those lanes at the top are going to be bonus multipliers, so she's at 2x bonus. All right, a good start.
Woohoo! I didn't mean to do that.
Oh, that is Gorgar being Gorgar. Unfortunate house there,
You're both in because Mackenzie is
but it
out,
is
so you're both in.
it is anybody's game.
Well, you should finish this game anyway.
No, fun.
You don't want to play Gorgar yet?
We should go into the finals.
Wait 5 minutes to start the finals if you want to finish that game.
I haven't finished
All right, it seems like something's happening. I'm not really sure what it is, but
I mean, you know, but I don't really care. Sure, whatever.
hey, Lyric, thanks for tuning in. All the way from New York. Nice nudge. Almost got that back, so Sid's going to end up with just over 90,000 there, 91,260. I received word, it seems like one of our finalists did not want to play in finals. I think Mackenzie is leaving. So that means both Sid and Lindsay will make finals, which is why this tiebreaker game stopped short. I wasn't quite sure what was going on either. So Lyric, you'll be happy to know it looks like Sid is going to make finals. I'm going to see if I can find batteries for these lights so we can see the games a little bit better. Okay, we are back. Sorry for the delay. I didn't want to interrupt anybody in the middle of a game. So this is going to be the second game of a 3-game finals round. Let me see if I can get this group up here, but let's see. Playing some Taxi.
Oh, I got it up there. I got a whole 5K.
Okay. Here we go. So looks like Caroline took a win on Hurricane, Sid took a second, Katie took a third, and Susan took a fourth. Alright, it says game 3 of 3 on there, but they're playing a little bit out of order. So this is game 2, and then they'll play a little bit of James Bond after this. So Caroline's up now, player 2. Taxi's a fun game. It looks like she has a ball locked, so to start her multi-ball, she needs to hit that left ramp that has the green release arrow flashing in front of it. Great, fed it with the right airport ramp. It's a great way to do it. And now, to get your express jackpot, you want to hit the flashing red 1 over on the right. That's the lock shot. Followed quickly by the Dracula shot over on the left. And that's a 300,000 point jackpot. As well in Taxi, you're trying to pick up the passengers. If you pick up all the passengers in one ball, you light a jackpot that's usually worth around 1.5 million points. So that can be very valuable. It looks like so far Caroline's picked up Pinbot. She has Gorby over on that right orbit flashing, as well as Drac on the left kind of catapult shot over there. But she's having some good time with those ramps, and you get some good points with those as well.
God damn. Oh, how the fuck did that? Yep.
Classic Taxi outline there, but a good start from Caroline. It's going to end up with around 400,000 points. Alright, the plunge on this Taxi has been a little rough. It doesn't really seem to want to have any power behind it, so typically that spin out, the number of times it spins, it builds up to 100,000, but if you go too far or too hard, it comes back down to 1, but right now it's pretty much given a 1 or a 5 to everybody. Tough break there. Alright, Susan got some warnings there, so it looks like Katie's going to let it settle for just a second. Let that tilt bob settle so that she can make a move if she needs to.
Is it safe to play with if it's still not? It was only a double danger?
Yep, that plunge is not giving anybody anything. I mean, usually that's one of those things.
Yeah.
That was brutal. But that plunge is one of those things where if it's working and you have the 100,000 dialed in, I mean, that's, you know, if you can get it every ball, that's 300,000. Every time you lock, you get another shot at it. So you can get, you know, several 100,000 points just from that skill shot if it's working. But unfortunately, it's not really being too kind right now. Yep, another 1,000 from that spin out. You can also, if you get to 25,000, you collect a character, which can also be pretty valuable. And it'll usually give you the hardest character, which is generally Pinbot, which are those targets over on the right. Ooh, that is a tough bounce off that post there.
That was great. Beautiful.
Woohoo, no spins. Oh, what was that? I had it.
To light your lock in this game, you need to collect a character. So Caroline has Pinbot and Gorby lit. If she collects either of those, she'll light her lock. And then she can get back into multi-ball if she wants. Ugh. Yeah, that looked like an in-lane. It's a very unfriendly taxi right now. Okay, Susan got up to 5,000 on that spin. That's the highest we've seen so far, which is a little sad. Nice nudge. It's going right to the out lane. All right, Susan's gonna lock a ball there. So again, to start multi-ball, it's that left ramp. Perfect. All right, that's gonna release that ball from the lock. So again, she wants to hit that lock shot again for the one. Oh, that was interesting. So both of them went in the drag shot, and the one is stuck there. So right, okay, she's gonna try and trap up.
I really am. Yeah, well, no, I've got a ball stuck, or does that matter?
Still trying to trap up, and then they'll get that unstuck. So if you, okay, it unstuck itself, so it's coming back around.
Never mind. Yeah.
But typically, if you're in a multi-ball situation, you get a ball stuck, you have to make an attempt to trap up. You're not allowed to just shoot jackpots with one ball, because that is unfair. You'd have to trap up or make an attempt to, and then have a TD come unstick your ball for you. But luckily, that one came free on its own. Alright, she's got 3 characters collected so far. She just needs Drac and Santa to light that jackpot. That's going to be Santa there. So one more character will light that jackpot. Oh. But that was a good ball. It was a great way of handling that multi-ball, stuck ball situation. That can throw off a lot of players, but she really handled it well. Oh, it looks like Katie got up to the 25,000 that spots a character. So that's good. If you can't get the 100, you might as well get your character. Or your passenger, I guess. Stay in there. There we go. Alright, right now she's got Drac and Gorby lit. She also has her lock lit for collecting Pinbot off the plunge. Alright, locks the ball there. Oof, that's that same drain Sid had earlier. Just a little too right on that Gorby shot to the left post on that right ramp, straight to the out lane. Not much you can do about that. But that's going to leave. On this game, you can steal locks. So since Katie locked a ball, Sid now has that ball in the lock and can immediately start multi-ball on the left ramp. Nice nudging. The airport ramp, maybe we'll feed that left ramp. Oh, almost. Just about as close as you can get around there. Let's take another shot at it. Perfect. Just gets around. We're going to start multi-ball. Gets an extra ball. Unfortunately, extra ball's turned off, so you don't get any points, and you also don't get an extra plunge, so it's not really worth much on this game. quick multi-ball as they often are on Taxi, but she's been nailing those ramps. You get good points for that. It builds up 20,000 in value every time you hit one of those ramps. So that's another strategy. You can ignore the characters in multi-ball entirely and just hit ramps if you're good at it. Alright, that's going to be a mystery. Let's see. Oh, got a free pickup for Gorby. That's pretty nice. So now she has Santa and no, Pinbot and Gorby so far. So she needs Drax, Santa, and Marilyn. She's got her locklet for picking up Gorby, so it looks like she's going for that over on the right. She had to carry passengers, which I believe this is ball 3, but typically that would be really great if you can carry your passengers from ball to ball. But I do think she'll be able to collect essentially double bonus from her passengers for carrying on ball 3. So she'll collect her passengers, Pinbot and Gorby, and then since she carried them, she'll collect them again, so that's another extra 60,000. So she's just over $1 million there.
She got that multi-ball, and she got 7.
It's a good score, putting some pressure.
That went around, and now it's gonna go back around to 1.
Caroline got the magic 100. I didn't even know it was possible. That's gotta feel good.
Now I'm gonna drain like really stupidly. Fuck off. I realize you wish to go in.
Some excellent nudging going on, keeping it away from those deadly out lanes. Nice little tip.
Get the fuck out. Get the fuck out.
Nice dig. Ugh. Brutal feed there. She had a lot of great saves. Just a nasty bounce there. It's going to put her at around 750 or 767. So that could hold for second, but
Nobody saw that.
got Susan stepping up next, not far behind. Okay, looks like that plunge is being a little friendlier than it was. Oh, and it goes back around to 1. Of course it does. All right, but she does have a locklet over there. Collects Drac. Collected Pinbot along the way, so she got 2 characters. Getting some nice ramps. Alright, gonna get the Joyride, which is like your mystery. Extra ball, again, not worth a whole lot, but, you know, makes a fun sound. Oh, and a terrible feed out of there. But I believe, yep, that is enough to catch Caroline, so that's gonna put her in a temporary second place. And now it is up to Katie.
I've got so much work to do. Oh, come on.
Alright, gets a lock. Great start.
I'll set up my own multi-ball, everybody.
So close to that 100,000.
Oh, fuck you. Alright, go up the ramp.
Right. Right ramp. Feeds the left ramp. Perfect. Alright, she's gonna start multi-ball. Alright, collects Drac. And that's another thing. You can. A lot of people don't even go for the multi-ball jackpot. You can just collect characters when it's a little safer. Alright, looks like she has so far Pinbot and Drac. She's got Marilyn and Gorby lit right now. Gets Gorby, great shot. Alright, 2 more characters to light that jackpot. She's climbing her way up. You can definitely see it come back here. Nice nudge back in the in lane. It's not going to show us our scores. We got to go through the match sequence, but it is going to be close.
Take your time, Taxi.
Come on, Taxi.
Very close, very close.
Sid.
So second, third, and fourth, all within 200,000 points. That is a very close game of Taxi, but I believe that puts Sid in the lead, followed by Susan, Caroline, and then Katie.
Hi, do you want to move the rig for you?
Sid, when you're ready, James Bond's, you're first.
I just told Rig to move it.
Sure. I just said, that's why I said, when you're ready. When you're ready, you're first.
Alright, I'll be ready tomorrow.
Okay.
Don't knock anything over.
I'm gonna be so careful.
Where are you going?
we are back on Bond. Sorry about all that. The lights. It seems if I turn the lights off, I have to return the battery pack on, which is on top of the rig. So we'll not turn the lights off again. All right, coming up on Bond, we got Susan up. Looks like she's lit her bird 1 lock, so you lock 3 balls up the center where that green light is flashing, and then you'll start bird 1 multi-ball. Alright, that's going to start one of her henchman modes, so that side ramp starts henchman modes, and then the right ramp starts villain modes. So it looks like her mode shot, she's in the blue one. Mode shot's over on that left, which will also, looks like her jetpack multi-ball is ready, so if she shoots that, she'll get her mode shot and start jetpack multi-ball. Anybody's game, nobody's blowing it up so far. Lots of opportunity on the table. Nice save there. Nice dig.
I gotta play it. You want to send it to yourself.
Alright, in the player order you see in the stream is not the order they're playing in because they do get position choice based on their seeding coming into the quarterfinals. So we had Sit Up first, now Caroline's playing now. Looks like she's going for jetpack. Alright, she started a henchman mode. So her green shots are going to be her mode shots. Nice save.
Oh, okay. I guess you're done.
Susan's gonna start power pack because she went in that left eject enough times and then started the Q branch mode over there. So power pack, you want to hit that left eject. It builds in value every time, and if you do it enough times, you'll start power pack multi-ball, which can be super valuable. But it is a very dangerous mode to play for, so a lot of people aren't going to go for it, especially in a tournament setting. She buttoned out a couple power pack shots, picked up some points there at the end, so she puts her at looks like 26. Yeah, that is something that people will do too, is you shoot the scoop a couple times and then your smart missiles can button out the rest to get to power pack multi-ball. But that scoop can be a tough shot. Alright, going into ball 3, Susan's in the lead, but it is still anybody's game. This game can really open up if you can get a good mode, multi-ball. You also have your playfield multipliers. As you shoot different shots, you light the Bond Women inserts at that little inner loop above the side ramp. If you can hit that and then you use your action button when it's purple, you'll light playfield multipliers, which can really put up some big scores on this game. Alright, looks like Sid's jetpack multi-ball is ready. She also has her bird 1 locks ready, so we could definitely see a multi-ball here. Ball save was still going, so she's going to get that back. Alright, that's going to be, I think, ball 1 locked. So 2 more times up that center ramp will start bird 1 multi-ball. There's a nice nudge there. Looks like she also has her power pack lit at that Q branch scoop underneath the car on the right. Alright, she's got some power pack points. I think built the value if she does start power pack by going in that scoop. There's a ball save over there, so that'll come back. She's got a bunch of those multipliers lit at that inner loop. If she could hit it, she could collect a couple of them. Get to she could have a 4x if she hits it a couple times. That could be huge. That's gonna be ball 2 locked. Just one more time up there is gonna start bird 1. She also just started a mode, so this could be a good stack opportunity. Looks like she buttoned out one of those mode shots just for some quick points. Also moves her mode shot over to the middle, so shooting that would start her bird 1 and also be a mode shot. very close there. Yep, that started jetpack. Sometimes it takes the screen a little bit to catch up, but I don't think she has a missile. This would be an opportunity. Usually when you start jetpack, it can be nice to, because there's a hurry up at the center shot, and so if you use your missile then you get your jetpack at max value. But it is great to be starting this multi-ball. Definitely a big point opportunity. Well, it still has bird 1 lit at the center. We can get up there. And a whole bunch of playfield multipliers at that side loop. It looks like she started a Spectre weapon mode. Or no, maybe, yeah. Doesn't quite get it up there, but put some points on the board. She'll take the lead with that. It's a nice bonus, so she's up around over 40 million there. All right, looks like Caroline's got her jetpack multi-ball lit if she shoots that left orbit there. All right, that's going to start jetpack multi-ball. So if she shoots up the center, she'll collect the max value for those jackpots. There we go. All the white shots are jackpots. Looks like she cashed in about 2 million, so all of those shots will be worth about 2 million. Still got ball save going, so still an active multi-ball. Alright, Caroline's got the super lit at the left orbit there. Almost gets it. Alright, starts a Spectre weapon mode. You do that if you shoot behind the missile enough and spell Spectre with those targets behind the missile. You can light typically a little, like a hurry up mode. Right now it looks like it's on that side ramp there.
I don't know what that bonus is. I don't think it caught you. No, definitely not.
Right, hard to see, but it looks like that bonus was not enough to carry her above Sid. So that's going to put her in second place for now. So that is going to mean that Sid will move on because she had 6 points coming into this game. So she just needed to not lose. Alright, Susan gets an extra ball. I believe those are still left on, so she will not collect points for that. But she will get some bonus. So now she'll have to plunge that extra ball. cannot play it. But she can maybe get a top lane skill shot, get some extra bonus. Looks like she is really close to pushing Sid's score there, so nails that skill shot. We'll have to see what her bonus does. She's getting some good pops up there. And raw save still going, so we'll plunge again for her. She'll get some more points around. And it's definitely going to be a close one. All right, that is definitely going to put her in first place at 12 million bonus on that extra ball. So she is currently in first with Katie left to play. So this leaves some interesting tiebreaker opportunities. If Caroline remains in third and Susan keeps the win, then they would both be tied for 6 points, I believe. Katie's going to start her jetpack. She is ripping shots right off the go. Quickly climbing. This is going to be a close one. Alright, gets a double jackpot on the button. I think that puts her, can't quite tell, but she's either close to or ahead of Caroline, which might be knocking Caroline out of this finals. Although if Katie can get a win, then her and Caroline will be tied for second in this group, and they will have a playoffs to make the semifinals. So there's a lot riding on this last ball. Katie started power pack a couple hits to that left scoop. Would get her close. That's going to do one. Tough drain there. Almost 8 million bonus. That's going to put her in second. So Katie will get 2 points. She'll be at 3. Susan 1, so she'll be at 6. Caroline unfortunately took a last, so she will not move on. So we'll have no tiebreakers. So it will be Sid and Susan moving on to the semifinals. Yep, so Susan and Sid will advance to the semifinals. Seven, 6, 5, 3. A very close final game. Very exciting. All right, it looks like our other group is still going. So we will wait for them to finish up before we get started with the semifinals. Looks like they're finishing up their last game on Star Trek right now, and that's Tegwin, Lindsay, Stephanie, and Linda. It looks like Stephanie won the first 2 games, so she is guaranteed to go through. So it is really up to Tegwin, Lindsay, and Linda. They're all tied with 2 points each. So whoever wins on Star Trek out of the 3 of them will move on with Stephanie. So that'll be an exciting game to watch out for too. And then, of course, we have our 4 players who had buys from qualifying will join us in the semifinals. And that was Kat, Laura, Anna, and Drea. So we will take a brief break here. We'll update with our semifinalists, and we'll be back for the semifinals in just a few minutes. Just an update, it looks like Tegwin won that game on Star Trek. She's like 550,000, a dominant win, very awesome. So Stephanie and Tegwin will move on from that group. Like we said earlier, Susan and Sid will move on from group 2 that we were watching. So it will be, let's see, Tegwin, Stephanie, Susan, Sid, Kat, Laura, Anna, and Drea in our semifinals, which will get started very shortly. All right, let's see where we're moving the rig.
I actually do want to go first, and I want to play T2 first. So you'll have to choose order beyond that. I know. Stephanie already asked me to play four meters. Oh, okay. Do you want to go first, second, or third? Do I? Anna gets second choice. Yeah, Anna is going to get second choice. Whatever game you want to go on. I don't know why. But you're higher. Yeah, sorry. You are higher than me. I'm the top seed. You are first on Jaws. I'm first on Jaws. But yeah, Anna gets second choice. I'm going first on T2. I chose There we go. He did it.
I did it again.
He did it again? The same one, too.
That one's just in the way. I don't know what to say.
So then I'm choosing. We got a ladder in the back.
I'm choosing third then.
Do what?
I got third.
Okay. That's fine. I'm just gonna go first and. All right. I like going first. I don't like you declare Tegwin second. That's right. I put it in the order that y'all said. Sort of. All right. Good luck, everybody.
Judgment Day.
All right, we're going to be following group 2, which is Laura, Tegwin, Susan, and Anna. We're starting on Terminator 2.
Lock sequence initiated.
T2 is a fun game with some fun rolls. So Laura looks like she hit the little drop target in front of the skull to light that lock. So what you want to do is you lock a ball there, and then you shoot the gun at a specific time to hit a target to start your multi-ball. And then there's a specific sort of locking jackpot sequence after that that we'll get to when somebody gets it. You can also, we might see people going for ramps. If you combo the ramps back and forth, whichever one is lit, you will work your way through certain awards to payback time, which will light all the meter shots for 5 million apiece. That can also be very valuable.
Direct hit. Don't
That should
move.
come back. A little Gray Spirit on that ball save. That unfortunately will not come back. Up comes Susan. There's a skill shot in this game. You're trying to time the plunge with the lights.
Direct hit.
Looks like Susan got it there. Bit of a rough start. Let's see if Anna can break this streak here. Gets the skill shot.
Don't
That'll come
move.
back. very similar drain for all of our players there. So really that ball is for the most part kind of a wash, and it'll be down to these last 2 balls.
Direct hit. Lock sequence initiated. Hurry up activated. Get out.
Well, got a mystery award, 15 million hurry up on that right orbit.
Let's go.
See if she goes for it.
Go.
Almost gets it there.
Ah, missed the hurry.
Fortunately drains off that right out lane. I put the finals link in the chat for those of you who might not see it. That way you can see all the matches going on for our group that we're not watching. They're currently playing Jaws. That's going to be Sid, Stephanie, Drea, and Cad.
Direct hit. Checkpoint 1 secured.
That's a good question. How does game selection work? I think it is random. I think it was just there were a certain number of games that were in the tournament for qualifying, and then a random selection were chosen for finals. But I am not sure. I know that based on seeding, they got to choose their position for each game, but I don't think there was any game choice by the players. But I will have to ask.
Sequence initiated. Direct hit.
No grace period on that. The ball save just ran out for Anna there. So it is really anybody's game going into ball 3.
Direct hit.
Hey, it's skill shot.
Lock sequence initiated. Take your
Alright,
best
so Laura's
shot.
going to lock a ball there, then she needs to shoot the gun as it's moving to hit that middle
I
target.
missed it, of
So
course.
she
I
doesn't
missed
get it.
I really suck at this.
Lock sequence
She's going to go
initiated.
back, try and lock a ball again.
Take your best shot.
I'll miss it again.
Again, shooting for that center target as the gun comes around. There it is.
Great shot.
Alright, so that's going to start a 3-ball multi-ball. Now she wants to lock those balls at the green shot. So up back at the original lock shot in the skull, the left orbit, and then that mystery scoop all the way on the left. Most important is the skull lock, because if you don't get that, it'll kick out another ball.
Pass code.
But the number of balls you can lock is the multiplier for your jackpot, and then you shoot the gun to get your jackpot. So it's a really unique multi-ball setup.
Why?
But it looks like since she shot the left orbit and not the skull, it kicks out and she needs to shoot the skull to have a chance at that jackpot. So there is a timer counting down.
deactivated. Vault key secured.
So she's getting pretty close to payback to. Oh, that was a great center post. All right, one more ramp is going to start her payback time. That's a really good point opportunity, but it has to be the left ramp because it alternates back and forth which one is lit. So that flashing insert over there means she has to hit that. That is going to start payback time. So all of her major shots are lit for 5 million points apiece for the next 15 seconds. There's one. There's another one. Nice dig there.
You get out.
One for the road. Okay, nope. Time had run out there, but she's at 32 million now, so she's definitely putting some distance there. Let's see. She's going to go back for ramps, go back for multi-ball. All right, but a much better third ball from Laura. That's going to put her at 33 million. So everybody else has got some work to do to catch up to that.
Passcode secured.
It looks like Tegwin's going for those ramps, which, like we saw from Laura, can be a really good strategy. You know, if you can get payback time started, it's a nice way to get points without having to go through your multi-ball, because like we also saw with Laura, you can do a lot of work to get your multi-ball and not get anything out of it, unfortunately.
Lock sequence initiated.
Alright, she hit that target, so she's got her lock lit in the skull. Getting some bonus multipliers going.
Hurry up activated.
Lights the hurry up at the right orbit. Counting down from 15. That could be good points there. Alright, it's going to choose to lock a ball. So now she needs to shoot that center light, center target over there. Doesn't quite get it.
Go. Run. Go.
Alright, gets the hurry up at about 4 million. That's good points.
Video mode.
Going back to ramps. She's pretty close now. She just needs a couple more ramps to get to payback time. Just one more will do it. Over on the left. You know, T2's being T2. This is ball 3, player 3. Terminator, yep.
Direct hit.
Tegwin's going to end up with about 20 million, so that's not going to catch Lore, but it does put some distance between her and players 3 and 4.
Passcode secured.
Tough drain there. I think I would do it on here. Susan's going to end up with about 6 million, so Anna needs about 3 million to catch third, 17, 18 million to catch second, and then about 30 million to catch first. So all very doable on one ball. Just got to seize some opportunities here.
Direct hit.
I know she likes to go for her ramp so she can get locked in there. Can get a nice payback back time. And I think that is going to do it, unfortunately. So she will catch third. That is it. So we'll have Laura winning that game, Tegwin with a second, Anna takes a third, and Susan will take a last on that game. So we will now move to either Dirty Harry or Cosmic Gunfight, not sure, but I'm going to go move the rig and see what we're doing, and be right back.
Tegwin, you're gonna need a ladder.
I don't need a ladder. Don't call me short.
Well, you can stand up. You can't get that on there. Who? I don't know. Susan or Anna? Who won? Anna took third. Okay.
Yeah.
Does this one not do the? No.
No, Reagan, you knocked it over. You put it back up. You know.
I'll figure it out.
I bet you had a good score. You were over there a while.
Oh, I did earlier. Well, that's good. So
I did a multi-multi, but then
I
all
saw
of a
that.
sudden, why'd you bring the light ring? Like, I have it, you know, just imagine the light when you couldn't.
Anna, do you want to go second, third, or
I did
fourth?
that too. Like, oh, where?
Anna wants to go fourth.
Didn't catch you, so.
You will.
Sorry if you were trying to follow.
No, I can't get it over there because of the TV.
Oh, right. Yeah, just move to the next group. Or...
You can do it between balls.
Maybe let's catch it. I think you got an extra ball.
That's right, I had an extra.
Where you going, Reagan?
I'm jumping on. I can't go on Dirty Harry because the TV, so I'm jumping on you guys.
You're gonna go.
Yes.
Why?
That's what I was told to do.
Doing good, man. That's what. Make it faster.
we're jumping in on this game because Dirty Harry has a big TV in front of it, so the rig can't get over there. So this is ball 3 of our group 2. So Sid is up right now. She's gonna start Beach Panic. So Beach Panic, all the shots are lit. Nice nudge off that post. Great move there for only a double danger. Started bounty hunt multi-ball. So for bounty hunt multi-ball, you're going to shoot green shots, and then the shark once it's lit, and then once you shoot the shark, you reel in the shark at the reel. So right now every shot is lit green. Alright, now the shark is lit. If this is a premium, the actual physical rubber shark would come up and make it a little more obvious, but on the pro, the insert just lights and you want to hit that captive ball.
What am I doing?
Oops, she started casting catch. That's going to be, the shot is climbing on the center ramp and the right ramp. So you want to cash it in when it's, yep, she got 27 million for just that shot. That is great. She's also got a ton of beach, closing beaches all over the place. Nailing these shots. Great ball from Stephanie. She's gonna have at 217. She's got an extra ball here. So she can go for a skill shot. Way through the ball saves, but that does put her in the lead. Just players 3 and 4 left to play. It ends up with 226, a great third ball. Alright, looks like Dre's pretty close to her Jaws multi-ball. Yep, so she's going to shoot that yellow shot. It's going to stop here. I don't know if you can see, but at that little sort of half circle in the middle of the playfield, there's a little pin. She's hit that. Tough drain there. It almost popped up into close of beach, but not quite. Almost gets it off that little post back in the in lane, but it's going to end up with... Can't tell if that's 189 or 109. I think it's 189. I think that's going to be a second. Yep, definitely 189. So that's going to be Stephanie with the win, then Kat, and then Sid and Drea. Some great games there on draws. back with the group we were originally following with Laura, Anna, Susan, and Tegwin. They just finished up on Dirty Harry. Let's see what our standings are. It looks like Anna took a win on Dirty Harry, Susan took second, Laura took third, and Tegwin took last. So right now Laura and Anna both have 5 points, and Tegwin and Susan both have 2. So very close going into this last game on Cosmic Gunfight. Nice dig. So this game, typically you're going to see people shooting that right orbit. It's very valuable. It builds in value every time. And you also
But I think it's okay.
get points when you clear the lanes at the top. That's also how you can collect your bonus multipliers. You light those with the in lanes. So that shot can do a lot for you. And it's usually pretty safe, with pretty safe feed down. So you'll see a lot of people go for that. You can also get multi-wall in this game. So if you clear the top lanes one time, you light one lock. You clear the second time, you light a second lock. So you can get a multi-ball. You can work on the left side of the playfield, you'll see a grid with ABC. If you clear that whole grid, you'll get the Cosmic Ball, which is different than an extra ball. So you can actually play it at the end of the game. It is a timed, unlimited ball save. You can get a ton of points in that, but it does take a lot to clear that grid and is usually pretty dangerous to go for. So my main strategy is usually just that right orbit, but we will see what these players make of it. Nice little tip over there. A really unfortunate up and out there. Hate to see that. Alright, up steps Anna. Nice. That's exactly what you want to do. Nice save there. So there, I believe you also get very good ball from Anna. She's going to be up about 100,000, 112, so she'll take the lead with that. It looks like Laura might be making some kind of, working on her tournament director duties over there, maybe uncreating a stuck ball or making some kind of decision, so we're just waiting on her. You can see her across the room over on Wizard, which is where our other group is playing right now.
Great question. I'm so new to pinball. I'm still trying to find games that actually I enjoy playing. RPCs, like roller coaster movies.
Right.
Maybe maybe Wizard. I love Wizard. Yeah, Wizard's that good. Dog soccer. Real close. Wizard, dog is indestructible. It has instant destruction.
All right, up comes Laura. Hate to see that. It's one of those, looks like it's going in the in lane and then pops right out. Horrible feeling. But this is a game, like many others, you can blow it up on one ball. So you never want to get too comfortable and you never want to feel like you're out, because you're not. Wow, those are some close scores there between Laura and Tegwin. Look at that. Right, great shot. When that white arrow's lit, that means that you add a bonus multiplier. So Susan just got her 2x bonus. Bonus multipliers can be big in this game. You can get a lot of bonus. Nice save there. Ah, see that, just dancing around the in lane. You never know. But got some pretty quick points there from that right orbit. Looks like Anna has one more lane to clear her first set. There we go. She also has her bonus multiplier lit on that right orbit. So she has her clearing that first set of lanes, lit her lock up at the top. Some people go for that. It's a pretty tough shot to shoot. You kind of have to get it right off the tip of the right flipper as it's like rolling up.
Reagan says the way to win these games is to hit that orbit over and over instead.
Yeah.
Because the orbit's like 200,000.
But Anna's still in the lead with 130,000. But like I said, nothing is safe. You can blow up this game really quick. Nice dig. Tell Laura's a little frustrated she's not hitting that orbit.
Why? Do I
Because I
suck
know
at
Laura's
this?
strategy is the same as mine on this game. Don't focus on anything else but that orbit. But it can be frustrating if you're not hitting it, because then... There we go. Look at that smile. Ugh, and then right out. Ugh, that is a bummer. Nice orbit. Alright, so she got her 2x bonus. She does have a lock lit if she wants to go for that. Or just keep hitting that orbit, that's what I say. Nice, back in the in lane. That's gonna be another bonus multiplier, another collect. Up to 160 now. She's got both locks lit now if she wants it. One over on that left scoop and one up at the top. saves down here in the middle. Very nice shot. That's going to up her bonus X to 4X. It's all the way up to 223 now. Right, unfortunate out lane, but 4X bonus is coming, so that is a great ball from Tegman for ball 3. Way to come back on that. It's going to put her up above 300,000 points. 361 to be exact. Great finish there. But like we saw, Tegman didn't have very much going into that ball and blew it up with just a few orbit hits and some nice in lanes. So that's really all you got to do. A really tough bounce there for Susan. Yes, so I believe Anna will be through no matter what. Since she did not take last, she's guaranteed at least a second, so at least 2 points here. So she will be with 7. Tegwin, if she keeps the lead, will have 6, which will tie Laura since she held on to a 3rd here. So we could have a nice tiebreaker, depending on what Anna does here. But yes, Anna has guaranteed to move on to the finals. She'll be really happy with that. She's playing great. Nice. A great save up into that orbit. Alright, gets the hard lock there. So if she can clear one of those lanes on the plunge, she'll light her 2nd lock over at the easier scoop on the left, so she can shoot it up there to start her multi-ball. Nice nudge in there to keep it out of the out lanes. Alright, I don't think that'll be enough to catch Tegman, but it won't matter. She is going to move on to the finals. But that does mean that, right, because Tegman will take 4 points, be up at 6. Laura will take 1 point with a 3rd, so they will be tied. We will have a tiebreaker to make the finals here between Laura and Tegwin. Unfortunately, that's going to be end of the road for Susan, but she's played great today. So we'll have to see where this tiebreaker is going to be.
I'm trying not to break anything again. I am.
Well, yeah,
I've already knocked 2
knocked
lanterns
down 2 globes
I
at
know.
this point. We are counting globes.
They just come out of nowhere. Is that coming out of my paycheck?
Good luck, Tag.
tiebreaker on World Cup Soccer. I'm not going to talk too much because that game is right in front of where I'm sitting and I don't want to distract them. But luckily we get to watch, so. looks like Laura's going to take that, but a great showing from Tegman all day today. And I think she has to drive all the way back to college in Pennsylvania tonight, so maybe best to get a little head start on that. Our other group is still finishing up on Gator. It looks like it's pretty close there. Stephanie has 6 points, Sid has 5, Drea has 1, and Kat has 2. So we could be in some tiebreaker situations after this round, depending on how it's going. I believe they're on ball 3, so we'll be waiting a little bit, and then we'll get started with the top 4 finals for the win. I know we have 3 awesome trophies. Top 4 also get some money from the prize pool, so stick around. We have a lot of excitement left to go. All right, and we have made it to finals. So our finalists today are Sid, Stephanie, Anna, and Laura. We're starting off on Iron Man, then I believe we're going to Gorgar, and then Scorpion. Oof, tough train there. I think Stephanie was surprised by the post not coming up in the back. Something we mentioned earlier, but usually there's a little post, so when you plunge, you can get a really easy feed to those top lanes on the right, but unfortunately, the post on this game isn't coming up right now, so if you do a full plunge, it's going to come all the way around, and I think that was a little surprising. Ugh. That left out lane is claiming many a victim. Trying to find that left ramp. I know Laura loves to combo the ramps on this game for bogey, so just trying to find her shots for now.
Come on, can we not?
The left out lane claims another victim. All right, pretty close after ball one, so it's going to be down to these last two balls here.
Wow, look at all these scores.
Anybody's game. I think that's going to be it. No more ball save there. Yep, so knowing that post isn't going to come up, Steph opted for a short plunge there. Makes sense. All right, let's see. Two dangers off the back. This game can be a little tilty. You gotta be careful with it. Yep, yeah, she couldn't afford a big move to save that. She would have needed to tilt to get it. Alright, out comes Anna. Observe short plunge as well. Get it back to a flipper. I like it. Alright, looks like getting pretty close to whiplash multi-ball there. Nice money on those ramps. She's started bogey, so that all those red arrows are lit, and it will increase in value starting at 500,000 and then increasing from there. That is a tough spot to drain. But it seems like Iron Man is being pretty mean to everybody, so, or Iron Man, excuse me. So she'll take the lead with that, but again, very close. Nice nudge there, get away from the out lane. Still trying to find that left ramp.
Shit. No, we're so fucked right now. I am so fucked. Oh god, I'm fucked.
Oh, nice dig
Can
there.
we just get
That
on a
looked
flipper,
dangerous.
Yes. Yes. No.
Oh, almost. Gets it back into in lane. Oh, and off that post. Can see she's frustrated with that. So again, still everybody's within a couple million. Nobody's really pulling too far ahead yet. Anna's in the lead, but only by a bit. But sometimes a little bit is all it takes on this game. That is not coming back. Spent too much time up in the pops, no ball save. That is unfortunate. Trying for the super skill shot up there. If you hold up the left flipper and then you get it in one of the lanes up top, you get 1,000,000 points. So that's pretty nice. All right, races are Ironmonger with the spinner. Doesn't get it started. Clearly not happy with that.
Brutal game. This whole game's been brutal.
Yeah, this is ball 3.
Yeah, it says right there,
This
ball
is ball
3.
3.
Anna's shocked that it's ball 3 given how low the scores are. She's still in the lead, so I mean she is guaranteed at least a second place now with how this game is going.
Oh, fuck.
All right, gets her Ironmonger up, so she needs to hit him 6 times to spell Monger, and then that will start Ironmonger multi-ball.
Remember that. Oh, man, that was the greatest thing that she's ever said.
I got stuff to do. Yep.
Yeah, not much in a while. That was from before.
Yeah.
All right, Anna's gonna end up with about 4.4. So like I said, guaranteed a second. Laura's just got to make some shots here, get something going. But she still hasn't started her bogey, so she can just combo some a couple ramps, she'll get there. But I mean, we've seen the way it's playing; that could easily hold.
Come on. Come on.
All right, she's started bogey, so that's gonna be 500,000. The next one will be 600,000. Then 7, and she has overtaken. Laura has taken first place, and she knows it. She walks off. Great job, Laura. All right, I think we are gonna head to Garrett. So that's Laura took a first, Anna second, Stephanie third, and Sid fourth. I believe next we're heading to, I think Gorgar. Could be either Gorgar or Scorpion. So
Yes, I would like to stay first. Yeah, I will let them go. You want to be third on Gorga? I want to go.
Shit, yeah, that was sketch. Oh shit, no, that one's good because you already knocked it off. So.
See how easy it would be to knock it down?
Yeah, well, I mean, I don't do this
Reagan, you put
ever,
You put
and
it down. You put it back up.
I prefer not to. So can somebody adjust it so that it's, yeah, that's
I got you.
beyond.
Good luck dancing to this.
Somebody put the results in already?
I did. I thought they were coming in.
That's fine. Mama got it. Mama got it.
Gorgar can be slam tilted, so just keep that in mind.
What?
Gorgar can be a tilt through, not slam tilted.
Tilt through, or I think it's been slam tilted before too.
It has.
What does slam tilt mean?
I don't know what that
Means the whole game is.
From someone actually slam tilted it, or it made a mistake like happened before?
No, it's not a mistake. Tilt throughs have happened,
Yeah,
but not infrequently. I blew up the tilt bob on there myself. I'm first.
Oh, you're first?
Yes.
Oh, you can
Oh,
do it.
but that's different than we did it last time, Laura. Yeah, you said you wanted to do the same. So wait, you want to go first?
I was first.
Oh shit, I did confuse you.
Yeah.
I actually don't. We'll just say the same then.
No, if you
all right, our next game is Gorgar. Did my best to get all of the scores in. We're missing a digit on the left and a little bit up in the on the right, but Still, Clint can't figure out how to zoom out on that camera, so this is the best we got. Who let the flight attendant fly the rig? She made that choice on her own. I was on my way over there, but I guess I was not fast enough. She wants to keep this moving.
What the fuck is... Somebody
Okay,
start
not
the
quite
game?
sure what's
Okay. Yeah, because
happening there, but we're just gonna reset it.
Understood. I was very confused as to why the start button wouldn't issue players. Player 1 starts the game.
Well, you told me that we're supposed to.
I know. I know.
Oh, the games were randomly picked by Matchplay.
Gotcha. That was my guess, but I was not sure.
I personally do not pick these games.
Let's go, Gorgar. I'm about to tear up. I don't know why.
Oof, tough center drain there. Anna's grooving in the background. Not surprised this is her playlist playing now. So she's having all kinds of fun. Alright, Stephanie's stepping up here. So a couple things you're doing on this game. You're spelling Gorgar with the targets, which will light little collects at that snake pit that Stephanie's shooting up there. The lanes at the top also multiply your bonus.
Fuck. Oh, I hate when it looks different.
Yeah, this game can kill you on the shots. It tends to do a little up and out over, especially on that left side. Nice spinner rip there. Ooh, nice nudge off that out lane. That looked gone. Another nice nudge. Pretty close. Looks like we've got 18, 9, 62, and 39 going into ball 2. And this is a game you can't change the lanes at the top like you can on a lot of games, like we saw in Cosmic Gunfight earlier, people changing lanes. This one, your only control is nudging and hoping that it goes in the one you want. Like there, went in the already lit lane, but that still advances your bonus, so.
Damn it.
Ugh. Brutal out lanes on here. Another snake pit lit up in that top left at the magnet. Goes for it. Almost gets it there. I believe that was a collect even though the magnet didn't grab it. She got the points. She's up to 128.
Sid brings the drama, usually, but not in a bad way. Not getting any, yeah.
Pretty close going into ball 3. Stephanie's in the lead, but definitely not uncatchable. Alright, Laura's going to end up with 93,000. That puts her in second place for now.
Alright, I'm gonna win this. Come on.
Alright, that is not going to be enough to catch Laura. Sid's going to end up with 65,000. Puts her just above Anna for now in third. It's not giving her those lanes up there, just wants to go in the A.
Oh!
Alright, another good ball for Steph. It's going to end up with 238. hits, Anna should catch Sid, and then it's about 30,000 up to Laura's score. And then a good ways if she's catching up to first. So nice save there. All right, she overtakes second, and that's gonna do it. So Steph will take a first, Anna will take second, Laura takes a third, and Sid will take a last. So that will put us, let's see, Stephanie will have 5 points, Anna will have 4, Laura will have 5, and Sid will have 0, I believe. Let's see once these scores go in. And then last game is going to be on Scorpion.
Oh, you're second.
No, you're good.
You don't want to play Scorpion on ball. Like, I agree.
Yeah, let's make coffee someplace.
No. I'm not sure it's going to fit around there, but
Yeah, that might not work. It worked
I
around.
know Louise more than there.
It worked around demo, man. I don't know how. Get there.
See what we can. Like, it's flexible.
Especially, yeah, with that cup holder.
Watch the cup holder.
Yeah.
I feel like it can still weasel around. No?
No, not around the cup holder.
Okay.
So
We're not gonna scream.
we can.
All right. Well, it'll be a mystery to our 4 followers.
One of them is Cam.
Cam's gonna be like, I know how to do it. I know how to. I'm commenting in the chat right now. Like, Cam, we know you know how to do it. I'm sorry.
Riddle's my top.
I'm turning them off. That way they can at least see.
Good luck. Good luck.
For all the ducats. Everybody gets paid.
Unfortunately, Scorpion with the cup holder on it was too wide for the wig to fit around. So I have it pointed there just so we can see a little bit of what's going on. Thank you, Anna and Reagan's fans. Yeah, Anna's been playing great. She's really excited to be in finals. So
Around Scorpion and his cup holder.
it's a really close final game here. We got 5-5-4. Scorpion, I mean, it's a little hard to see, but they're, at least what I mostly go for is multi-ball. So there's a saucer on the left with blue lights, a saucer on the right with green lights. It looks like Sid just got that multi-ball. So you put a ball in each saucer, and then you get a 2-ball multi-ball. And it's interesting, based on the time that you last in your multi-ball, it builds up a value. So when you start your next multi-ball, you collect that number of thousands of points, however many seconds you were in it, or something like that. There's also a little upper playfield on the, or not an upper playfield, but a little kind of mini playfield up in the upper left. There's 2 flippers and some drop targets you can hit down, and some stand-ups as well, that you can use to light your spinner up in the upper left. There's some top lanes over on the right with an orbit, and you can build that value up as well. But typically, most people at least, you'll see going just for that multi-ball. especially because a lot of the target, especially the center drop targets and stuff, are pretty dangerous to hit in single ball play. So you might get multi-ball and then use that to hit those or hit some other shots that you might not be otherwise willing to take.
Be like moved well, I think it's like I'm like focused on the layout.
Yeah, you can bring a light.
So they can see
It's not something you see that often, but I know Steph usually brings one, and there's another player at the collective who often brings
Hi.
one. It's really nice for if a game is particularly dark, like Scorpion can be, or some of the other ones here. Then you can see a little better. That's one benefit to having the streaming rig on, is typically it makes the playfield a little bit brighter and easier to see everything, but some people bring their own handheld light. I think it's got a magnet on the bottom, so it just sticks on the side rail of the game, and then you can see a little better. Looks like Steph just got multi-ball. just went for a score check. Stephanie has a dominant lead right now with about 700,000 points. Looks like Sid is at around 200,000, and Laura and Anna are both sub 100,000, but still one ball to go, so it is still anybody's game, but Steph is going to be hard to catch on this one.
It rained so hard it melted the glass. I'm not doing that right now. Hypothetically, I could do anything. It just feels unlikely. Just feels unlikely. Oh, I know. I'll do it all along. It's 10 points away. I meant to look back at that. I think it's 14. Well, everybody that at GAL-O-WEEN is above, like a lot of people like our grades right now. Everybody's gonna be getting close. Well, that's not good. Oh, God. We're just gonna let this happen. Let's go. Eric kicks some ass. Come on. 766. It's not unbeatable. Good job, Stephanie. Here's the score. I really thought you were gonna roll it. That would have been cool. Yes. Stupid game, stupid. Damn it! Give her a mic when you play. That's my best, Laura. That was not your best. But
Good job, everyone.
nice job, Steph. Steph.
Second introduce.
Anna. Alright, Stephanie gets first. I got second.
All right, that is going to do it. Stephanie is going to take first. Sid took a second, Laura took third, and Anna took a last. So it's going to be Stephanie is going to win our GAL-O-WEEN tournament. That puts Laura in second, and Anna is going to take third, so she will win a trophy. I don't know if you can see her, but she's running around like a crazy person right now. All of them will win money, and all of them had a really good time, as did everybody else who participated today. It was a great tournament, a great turnout, lots of fun. All right, thank you everybody for watching, and have a good night.